All right, here we go. We are ready. It is another day of IESF. We are getting down to the last couple of teams here for the qualification. Amanda's with me as Neo. And how are you feeling on this fine day?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. You know, it obviously for us, we've basically been here from the get-go, right? What's going on?
Yeah.
What teams are making through. So we've got a pretty good understanding of kind of where everything is. And I'm looking forward to this. We're over in towards Europe B, or the East qualifier. And it's all about locking in these final teams now, right? We've already got a few who have guaranteed their spot. It's about just making sure we know who is the last team making it through. And the good thing about today is that we actually will know all three making it through off the back of just these two best three. So it's a pretty sick position. Poland obviously are already through to the lower bracket semis. We have got Romania and Serbia, who then await, and then of course who ends up winning out of Romania, Serbia versus Poland. So it's a pretty cool sort of position that we're in. We'll understand by the end of the day everybody from Europe who has made it through, and I think at that point we can start discussing basically nearly everybody who's made it to the actual main tournament. Well, basically everybody from Europe. All we then will wait on is America's, Asian Championship, and African Championship. So exciting times where week on week, day on day, getting closer and closer to seeing who is going to be there in Riyadh. But yeah, of course, today we're going to have Romania taking on Serbia. This is lower bracket territory too, so there's no real room for error.
This should be a really interesting matchup. I actually quite look forward to this one. Should be, I think, a high quality match. Serbia have already proven they're a really stable team. They play a little bit slower, a little bit less puggy, I would say, but they have some really strong individuals. And obviously, Romania, traditionally quite strong. We saw them last year. I think they're going to be powerful. So this could be an all three map kind of affair, I think.
Yes, I feel like it might have the similar sort of vibes, but it's been an exciting time for the ISF. I touched on a bit with the women's scene as well. That was also pretty cool. We got to see some pretty cool Counter-Strike coming through. Some of the bigger names that were the OGs, maybe dipped away to Valorant, come back as well. So it's the good thing about these sort of tournaments. You get kind of a good indication about what the regions are looking like, what the teams are looking like, and how they start to improve year on year. It's kind of one of the things of what we like about these qualifiers is even from last year to this year, we can see how teams who even were there with us in Yash Romania last year, how they've improved and how they've got better and become super scary. From the upper bracket as well, just those who are aware, Turkey and Ukraine have already booked their spots, which is pretty sick. In all fairness, they find themselves through in towards that next stage. Both deserved, I would say. The Turkish side, they were crisp, no two ways about it. You got 1.5, I guess, with Emo being on the bench, but a ton of Fire players, 2 Sangal players. It looked hella clean. Ukraine is that full 5 who've been together for a long time. Also, very good work from them. Let's take a look at our lineups. We'll start with Romania, of course, since we were in Romania last year. This is a side, 2 players who were there last time as well, in that of Zelo and BTN. BTN the IGL, Zelo the AWPer, who is cracked as hell. Chicado, I think is how we ended up pronouncing it. I always call him Kiocado, but I think that's actually technically wrong.
Yes, I believe Chicado was the word. Then we ended up with that, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But I cast him a Pro League. Super talented guy. I actually think he really has a pretty decent future. 7kick as well, who's the youngster who I'd never heard of. But there has been a little change. Ragga's come in. So Ragga originally wasn't on. He's a substitute because they had Wellnick, who was, again, from a bit of a youngster who played in the more domestic scene. Ragga is a part of Nexus alongside Chicado, Zelo, BTN. So this is essentially 4 out of 5 of Nexus who still at the moment actually have the most maps played in Counter-Strike this year. I know coming in towards the player break, they had something ridiculous. I know at the end of last year as well, they had the most maps played of any team in the world. So these guys are grinders. They play a lot of Counter-Strike and they work super hard. So I'm glad it kind of pays off.
Yeah, I mean, typically hard work does, as poor people always say. I've yet to give it a go myself, but I might try one day. I might try to see what happens. For the Serbian side, we have obviously a different lineup, but some familiar faces here: Dragon, Collins, Kindo, Emi, and Choiv. I've got to say, for me, one of the standout players early on was Kindo. I've yet to see him have a bad map. I think every map that he's played so far has been really good. Collins, I think last time had a kind of a standout performance as well, at least on one map. And Emi and Dragon, I think are a little bit more, at least I'm more familiar with those 2 names. So yeah, I like this lineup. I think they play really solid Counter-Strike.
I agree. I do agree. I mean, honestly, they're a pretty cool team. Obviously, they are a full five themselves, or 4 out of 5 technically. I think Choiv is doing a bit of standing in at times. I know they have Vladin standing a little bit as well. Of course, Vladin, who was playing on Bleed for a little bit too. But Dragon, Emmy, Collins, and Kindo all play on the Partizan. An organization that's been around for a while. This core have been around for a while, whether it was iNation or here, there, and everywhere. They basically stuck together, and for good reason. And I think you're right. Kindo is a super cool player, youngster who's come through, obviously alongside the experience of people like Emmy, like Collins, who have been around forever. Dragon as well, who's same thing. Even though he's still relatively young, he's actually been in the scene for a long, long time. Kindo, a little bit newer, but a fresh-faced AWPer, and he's going to be tested. Against Zello, it's not an easy opponent. He's so fast, so flicky, so aggro. It's such a difficult style of AWPer to come against. And Zello is a definition of when he's feeling it, he's unplayable. The only issue is when he's not feeling it, he can be a bit of a hole in this team. So I think for Kindo, he's just a little bit more of a middle of the ground, sticks to his roles, does his job, that kind of vibe. I am looking forward to this sort of head-to-head between these two, though, because they're, in my eyes, kind of polar opposite styles of AWPers.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to describe Cello. That's kind of true. Like, he's got such crazy confidence when he's just hitting those shots. He's like one of these players that will run in and just try and take the extra fight and go for maybe a little bit more than you would normally expect. But it's great fun. I love watching him play. It was fun last time in Yash. He was kind of the hometown hero. So yeah, I've got some high hopes for them. But yeah, like you said, it's the lower bracket, so. It's kind of the last chance here to make an impact on the tournament. So I don't know. Either way, both squads probably love to qualify, but yeah, it's getting a bit rough here. We are also going to have to check in with the maps. Obviously, it was the best of 3, so we'll get a chance to see what kind of battlegrounds we're going to be on. Yeah, we've had almost all maps. I think Nuke, I think, is probably the one that's been skipped on the most for the minute. Yeah. But yeah, that's just how it is.
I think it's basically because the thing with Nuke is if you don't have to play it, you just cannot afford to play it. Simple as, right? It's so risky and all the rest. So I think that's the big one that I look at with it is a lot of teams, if they're like, okay, we don't really know the setups, we maybe don't have the outside smokes on lock, we don't know the A site util, they're like, let's just not risk this maybe. But I will still say Nuke is the absolute best map. When I did the women's side of thing, we had, I think it was 7 matches. And 6 of them were ancient, with only 1 break in the middle. That was Mirage. Okay. And then we had Mirage off the back of that as the 8th, and then the 9th was an Anubis to round it out. So it was all ancient in that one, but it was best of 1, so maybe a little bit more understandable. We had a lot of ancient, a lot of Anubis in our best of 1s.
Interesting.
When we get towards the veto, we probably start to see a little bit of a change up. I'm interested as well. We haven't seen any Inferno at all, not once in the EU side of things. Yeah. So I'm interested in whether teams are just really hating that at the moment. I hate it, so I can kind of back it. I think we do have the veto ready though, so let's take a look at where we're gonna get. And we don't get the Inferno. It gets banned out first round. Honestly, it doesn't surprise me. This map is hot garbage. It's like nobody wants to play it. It's not played at Tier 1. The most recent Tier 1 tournament wasn't played once at all at Yala. And then people just don't want to play this anymore.
Yeah, I get a similar vibe. Like most people just don't enjoy it. I wonder if if you could push a button right now and hot swap like Inferno and Vertigo and just get like Cash and Train or something, people will be super happy. People will be ecstatic about that one. But I do like it. I'm happy we're seeing Dust too. Again, I think lots of interesting, fun little tricks you can do on the map now. The lack of skyboxes and the blowing up of grenades has really changed the map more than I think people realize.
Yeah, no, I agree. We got basically 3 of the buggiest maps in the pool, maybe bar Inferno in that sense, but Mirage, Dust 2, and Ancient, they're all very simple. Fundamentally, they rely pretty heavily on mechanics rather than the deep strat book in comparison to the likes of a Nuke, which is super strat heavy, a Vertigo, in all fairness, which is super strat heavy. If you don't know how to play Vertigo in terms of breaking open ramp, if you're on that T side or trying to get upstairs on that T side as well, it's nigh on impossible to play at times, which is probably one of the reasons as well why teams just don't like playing it. But Vertigo and Inferno, they're just not favored at all. I think Train would be welcomed with open arms. I think Cash probably would be as well, depending on FPS. I know that was a bit of an issue. Tail end to go, obviously. The one that I do see said a lot is Cobblestone. Now, I don't know your opinions on this. You're obviously a bit more OG than me, so you're around from the get-go of Cobblestone. But you know, as a spectator from about 2015 onwards, with Cobblestone for me, first of all, for those who haven't played Cobblestone recently, I don't know if you've seen what the A site looks like, but it's just in the open now. It's no longer like on that back plat bit. It's just in the open. It's impossible to plant. But also, I feel like the nostalgia bias really clouds people's judgments. Cobblestone wasn't that good of a map. It was like it had so many inherent problems, and at the pro level, it was so boring.
I don't know. There's like a bizarre. I think there's just like a bizarre contradiction sometimes. I think if you have like a bad map can sometimes generate insane highlights because, you know, sometimes it takes like if it's on a map like Cobblestone, you have to do, especially in the old version, like you have to do crazy stuff on the CT side to win any rounds. So those rounds are probably going to be really exciting, where like it does require like a heroic effort for one guy to win a 1 versus 3 in a crazy way, where probably, you know, they would normally never done it, but you just know you have to. But I think the problem is, so you remember the highlights, but you forget all the incredibly bad matches that were played on it, where none of the heroics ever came through, and it was kind of a little bit boring, and it never really got anywhere. So, yeah, I never really liked Cobble. I do think what it had going for it as well is it had the Dragon Lore skin. So
yeah, it was just the drops, wasn't it?
But that was like the thing that made it, that people wanted to see it all the time, because they thought I might get like the Dragon Lore souvenir skins. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that's you know, like I think it could be a decent map, but I think it has to change an enormous amount. Like, I like the aesthetic of it. I think it's fine to be playing in like the old castle, kind of like with the big stones and everything. Like, I think that's fine. Just something else has to change. But yeah, I think Train would be fun. Although I wonder if you brought back Train now and it was as CT sided, people would probably complain a lot anyway. So yeah, there might be some nostalgia bias there too.
Yeah, it's personally, my opinion, I would say I do like Train. I do like Cash a lot. I don't know if Cash will ever come in the pool, because I don't know if that's something FM Poem wants to give to Valve, right? I don't know if I think that's his baby in a way, right? Cash is that's his map and his thing. Train was in the CS2. It was in the announcement video, so I'm so surprised it hasn't even come in. It was literally in the announcement video, remodeled in CS2 and all the rest. So I'm surprised they went through the hassle of remodeling it for the video and then never released it. Who knows why? But in my personal opinion, I think there should be new maps. Is how I go about it. It's a new game. We should have new maps. Maybe even community maps as well. Not saying, you know, again, personal opinion, but not a huge fan of Mills. Thera, I like Thera a lot, but I don't think it can be played in a competitive stance. But you know, maybe a community main map could be the way going forward. Like I mean, Anubis was a community main map originally, right? And now it's actually one of the most popular maps we have in the pool. So something along those lines, that's what I think CS2 should bring to the table. Whenever there's like a next big real overhaul, we should, if there's going to be a change of map, make it one of the community maps that maybe then Valve do kind of take off their hands.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. You know, it does keep the game a little bit more fresh. It forces people to learn something new. Obviously, yeah, it's an interesting balance, because if you do it too much, then it's going to be the pro teams that are going to start to complain and say, well, hold on, like, we have such a packed schedule. We know it's going to get even more packed next year. What are we supposed to do? But at the same time, it's like, I don't know, like, stay active. I like it. I like it when we see new maps and new things. I think it's interesting. It makes it more fun. It kind of sucks when you tune into like every new season of Counter-Strike and you're seeing like the same maps being played. It's the same thing, and you're like, oh, we know which team is good on this map. And so yeah, I'd rather have some crazy upsets because some team wasn't practicing a map and then they got played, and I was like, all right, well, that sucks, but at least it's a little bit more entertaining in that sense. Yeah, I like the map that we've got today, though. I think it's fine. Like I said, Dust 2 being the second map in there, I do appreciate that. I think it's fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I can appreciate Dust 2. It is kind of synonymous with Counter-Strike. I think it's probably the way I see of it. But we should hopefully be heading in towards the game sooner rather than later. This one should be exciting for those joining us. It's Romania taking on Serbia, and it's for all the marbles here, right? This is for survival. If you make it to that next stage, I think, if I'm right in saying, you guarantee a spot. Don't quote me on that, but I think, if I'm right in saying, you join Poland in guaranteeing your spot going through to the next stage. So it should be pretty sick, in all fairness. That should be a pretty cool sort of situation, if that is to be the case. Poland are a very good team, in all fairness. We got to kind of tune in with them a little bit. They looked pretty solid when we got a little watch. They are just the Rebels team who were previously, they got about 7 different names. But at one point, they were Pimitta, Paloma, Orcs when they were at Pro League.
Yeah.
And a variety of other things. But they've always been basically the same 5 from Poland. Pretty good. I'm glad to see them there. They should be 6. So one more team, at the very least, to join them, and maybe even a third off the back of it. Romania, Serbia, we are live. And we're starting on Mirage. It is Serbia's map pick.
Yeah, let's go. Let's get into it. Good on the players to get the game on the way. Serbia starting on the T side. It's Romania going to be starting on the CT side here. Do you have any expectations for like which player should people be watching out for in this game if they're brand new to it, if they don't know anyone? Who's the player to look for?
Absolutely. If we're looking at Romania in particular, I would highlight 2. Zello is the AWPer, is always the one I throw out there, and Chikardau, the rifler. He doesn't play the high impact roles, but he has a lot of impact. So keep an eye on this guy. Pretty sick. Over to Serbia. Probably a couple that I throw out there, but I'd probably say Kindo and Dragon are the 2 to throw out. Kindo, very proficient AWPer when he gets going as well. Dragon, very good rifler as well. So keep an eye on those. Also, just a side note, Romania have the opportunity to double AWP as well, as Raga can also, and is also an AWPer as well. First fight gone well. Collins has fallen.
7 kick here. It's a bit of a tough position to be in, but you know what? With a little bit of help from a friend, he's actually able to do pretty well. Normally when you're playing 2 versus 1, even with the dualies like that, you're probably going to get overrun, but he did fine. Emmy finally gets a kill in return, but he can't make it a double. BTM will take him down instead, leaving just Choiv, and he is in a 1 versus 4 here. Seems more or less unwinnable, but the bomb is in this direction. He probably needs at least 2 kills to even get the bomb planted here, and there's the first one, so far so good. Chikado just playing in a nice position here. Does get dinked, so I don't know. Now it's a bit interesting. The advantage here for Romania, apart from the 3 people alive, is the fact that they kind of have the element of surprise on their side. All right, Choi, a little bit of information gathered. Now he's going to make the jump down, but straight into a crossfire. Sella will take him down, and Romania will pick up the pistol.
Started well and finished off well as well. Only a couple of casualties is the main thing for me in that one. So not bad. No complaints. Good for Romania. Nice couple of clean shots as well. Chikado doing exactly what I expect him. He's just crisp, as simple as that. He's a new name that's only come onto my radar this year, and I'm pretty deep in with the tier 2, tier 3 scene, but sort of came out of nowhere. Got to catch him at Pro League with Pera, and honestly, super talented guy. So glad to see him confident starting in towards this game. Rifles come out. They will be a force for Serbia. Now, normally I wouldn't really rate the force that much, but Serbia are pretty scary in their force buyers. We casted them the other day, and in a best of 3 series, they won 3 out of 4 force bars they went for. So I don't really hate them in this instance for it, because the stats are there, the success rates are there.
Yeah, and you're playing an elimination game here, so I guess you could take that both ways, but they want to do some damage early on. They want to try and see if they can at least keep the CT economy a bit low. Nice grenade into the middle. I like that. Dragon going to be already tagged up behind it. The Deagles, the Tag 9s, especially the Deagles, even a couple of body shots here will make a big difference on how the CTs will play the round. So just try to keep it a little cool. They're going to be smoking up towards the A-bomb site, towards that jungle position, but it's obviously going to be a bit of a fake here. So you try and throw the grenades, you try and lure some CTs away from maybe especially the catwalk. There's the grenade going down. It's going to land at top connector. And now some flashbangs go over into the B-bomb site, and they've got pretty much 1 crack at this. They're already trying to get down below, but Chikano's so quick on the other side. Turns around, gets the kill, now ready for the double, and you will line them up and knock them down. It's a great triple for him in this round.
Osman will get a kill, but the MP9 should see him off, and that is the case. Maybe a little sigh of relief. It potentially could have got a little bit more expensive, but that's all in all a pretty clean round. Another round in which Romania only take 2 casualties, and they get a 2-0 start. So simply put, that's exactly what you want to see with the success coming through from Romania out the gate early. And all in all, no real complaints. Another slight investment coming through.
Yeah.
Hero AK, they are putting on the right man though. Dragon for me is like I highlighted him coming towards this game. He is the difference maker. He's very talented. When he gets going, can be very difficult to stop. But interesting decision just to even force into a Hero AK here. And Choi's already dead.
I feel like we're seeing it every once in a while pop up this new, slightly new feature of the game where people try and push the economy to the breaking point. Really, they want that AK back, but they're not going to get it. We've seen it also on the CT side now. Where people want to buy like a hero for mass or something in a round where normally you would always say no, definitely we're going to be saving this one. But it's kind of becoming more and more of a thing to get the hero weapons at pretty random times, it seems. This time, all they really do is gift that AK over to the other side. They get one kill in the round. Definitely not worth it. But we'll see what they can come up with in this one round. It's going to be Serbia with the first real buy round. They're not going to have everything they want, but they'll have enough to do some real damage here.
Yeah, it's true. It should be, I think the one thing that is letting Serbia down from having a super conclusive buy, they're getting a couple of kills, but it's just they're not getting the bomb plants. They still get quad AKs out, but somebody has to take a hit, and it is going to be Choiv, who just has a Mach 10, and even maybe a little bit of limited utility in the sense it's not that full belt on the likes of Choiv, Collins, Dragon, for example. But they've got AKs. That's all that matters. Dragon's still 0-3, but he is going to be the one who, if anybody's going to make a difference, it would be him. Bit of damage early. Raga gets tagged, but he gets out of there alive.
Chicado's in there with the stolen AK looking for whatever he can. What a great start for him individually. He's died once, but 8 kills to his name. That is not bad at all. And this 4th round here, kind of important, I think, for Serbia to do some heavy damage in this round. Preferably try and win it, but if you're not going to win this one, you've got to get like 4 kills because you can already see that CT economy is actually looking pretty healthy, and we're only 4 rounds into the map here. Bombs back in T-spawn, which means Serbia for the minute, and we can look at the minimap 2 and tell. It's a bit of a default setup. Don't hate it, but you just got to make sure somebody picks up the bomb. And it's going to be, I think, Choiv running back to get that. Big trade here, BTN for Kindo, but Dragon making his way in. Oh, Cello! You're probably meant to lose that fight. That is so risky, crouching through like that with the AWP, but somehow he got the shot off in time. Now it's a 3 versus 3, and he's actually in front of the smoke, so wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, he's going to go for it right away. Troy's going to be going down. Bomb is planted, though. But for how long is the question? Emmy getting overwhelmed, and Cello will not miss another shot there. So good retake for Romania.
Yes, absolutely. Couple of nice shots, in particular, Zello. That first one is crisp as... That's one of those things. If Zello plays the way he should and plays the level he can, he probably is the best player in the server. I think, at least in terms of his skill ceiling, is the best player in the server. It's just sometimes his floor can be a little bit low when he's maybe not in the kind of right headspace or mood for it. But thankfully, not the case here. Started well. Couple of really, really good shots. And now for Romania, the main thing for them is they've converted against the pistol, the force buy, the half buy, and now the full buy. Every instance that's been thrown at them so far by Serbia has not even really done too much. That's the only round we've even seen so far where Serbia have got a bomb plant. So Romania are playing clean Counter-Strike. They're winning these rounds effectively. And just to remind everyone, this is Serbia's map pick, and this CT side is not breaking too much of a sweat.
Grenade, it's become a classic on this map to blow open the window smoke like that. And maybe that's the reason why half of the Serbian team, maybe more than that, were ready for that to happen. So still, I mean, it's a nice attempt there for BTN. In a different world, maybe he has someone else with him by the catwalk or something. I think they did throw a team flash over to help BTN with that little push there, but didn't really work out. Spray, anything but accurate, unfortunately, for 7K. He's going to go down, but Raga is having himself a pretty good start. Couple of kills to him. And somehow we've ended up in a 3 versus 3, but Kindo is going to make really quick work of that one. Oh, no, it's the jump. It's back. The panic jumps. And now it's just Cello. 1 versus 2, again, crouching through the murder hole to try and even get closer towards that A-bomb site. 40 seconds on the clock, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to get these shots. Here's the one. He's back around the corner. Oh, my God. You said it. When he's good, he's unplayable, and you see just how lightning fast he is.
And I just love as well, you can see the T side, the second he hits that first shot, they just panic. They're like, oh no, not again. Not again. Zello on top form, on his day, is a tier 1-esque player. I just think, obviously, when he had those stints playing at a little bit of a higher level, things didn't quite work out. And I think most likely because of externalities. Mechanically, he is there. It's that's another ridiculous couple of shots coming through from him. He is having a wonderful time on the server. He's 8-0, yet die, 140 ADR. Also, a really good mind for the game in terms of the way he approaches some of these fights as well. Obviously, he has unlimited confidence, as you can see, but he knows how to take preferential duels with an AWP as well. So I can respect that.
Yeah. Okay. We're just hyping it up, but he will lose that fight to Emmy, so that's a bit interesting. BTN goes down as well for some reason. And Kendo, how is he that quick with the deagle? He didn't even look like he slowed down for the recoil to readjust, but he's still able to land that headshot at range. I have no idea how that works. My deagle can never do that. 7kick is on his own here, and they can know where he is, so they're thinking about how to get past him. I think for a minute, Colin's thinking maybe I just take the fight against him, but definitely you want to group up here and you want to make sure you just get the bomb planted. It is the better choice. 1 versus 2, and he goes for the early spray. Down will take down Troy. Bomb is still not planted here. Serbia, they're going to have to go back and pick it up. That's a bit frustrating. Collins doesn't care about making noise because they obviously know where each other are, so all he's really doing is trying to actually use the footsteps here to lure out where the other player is, or at least force him into a fight potentially. Going to come back now. A little bit risky if you want to swing this one, but he does go for the plant finally.
Collins, start of this round. Let's try and close it. Has been spotted. Bit of damage dealt by 7kick. Got a nade as well, but it won't go the right way. Opting for the AWP is an interesting one on a retake because he gets his head ripped straight off his shoulders. No room for error with an AWP. And not to be. Serbia finally going to get their first round. It's taken them a while, a hot minute. But in the end, that first is put there. And they were so close in some of these others. I mean, even that previous round when the bomb was looking to cross them towards the side, the 1v2, or even when the bomb went down and the retake came forth. That instance, thankfully, it all locks itself into place. So, a first from the board needs to be a catalyst to further success.
Yes.
Double MP9, interesting for Romania. The buy is a little bit haphazardly.
Yeah, I think
tags.
That's important to recognize here. They don't have that much money. They certainly don't have a lot in the bank either. So there is a chance here. There's something to be worked with. Dangerous peak there for Kindo, but again, he does have that kind of confidence. Raga, though, will take both of them down. And that was just with an MP9, so getting quite a lot out of a little in the A-bomb site. Chicago has managed to rotate himself towards the B site. Currently, nothing's happening over there, but worth keeping an eye on. 1 minute and 10 seconds. The bomb is towards the A ramp, so if they wait a while, they can probably try and re-engage that. It seems like they're in the best position for it anyway, because they got a player in middle. So, yeah, Troy's going to be able to join up, see if he could do anything from that position. And that's what they're going to do. And actually, even worse, so Raga's rotated out of the A-bomb site. So they're going to be really far away. You got to wonder when the bomb goes down if they don't just try and save.
True. If they don't get an early fight to level it, I think if you're Romania, just keeping the AWP alive is the main thing. Raga has been an AWPer previously. Don't sleep on him just yet. He hasn't picked it up just as out of a comfort thing. He can use this thing pretty damn well. Trying to pop shot towards back default. They're not planting there. Choiv up close. I don't think Chicado clears this. Oh, the gun. Oh my God. Choiv's gun was in the way. It blocked Chicado moving up from connector. That's crazy. Even if it wasn't on his left hand, if it was on the right hand, he probably sees him. Raga, right idea, spotted as well. Raga connects to the first. Look for the second, not to be. Collins looking for this fight. He knows he's top stairs. Dropping in towards Sandwich, and Collins will win both. These rounds are close, but Serbia have won the last two.
Well, okay then. Bit of a scary position there. Sometimes it's rare, but sometimes your gun really can block your vision, and you just don't have a... There's not much you do about it, unless you want to be one of these players that sort of switches up between left and right, depending on where you're... when you're peeking. But that's a little bit too hardcore for me. 5-2-2, and heading into round number 8. We've got the Galil out. But it's fine, because on the other side, there is just the one deagle here on Chicado. So, in general, this should be a little bit of a walk in the park here coming through from the Serbian side. And you know what? that makes it a pretty decent scoreline for them overall. 5-3, obviously, not necessarily celebrating, but you should be in a position to do plenty of damage in the second round already. Ooh, Zeus kill from Cello, and the Deagle does ring true. I don't know, there's a couple of stolen AKs. This could suddenly be a very sketchy round.
Bit of damage dealt to big flank, but it doesn't drop the rifles. Jakarta's still here. He's looking for that fight to come through, but still not to be. Dragon will clear, thankfully. The last man is Zello. Maybe too tall an order, I think, in this one. Molotov out. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to keep hold of the AK.
No, definitely not. But he's done so much damage, actually, pretty quickly there. That's interesting. Yeah, probably was never going to win it, and in the end, he does give it up. So, yeah, you could have made a strong argument, I think, to just save the AK and trying to keep fighting on. It's still we're a little bit over halfway in the half here, so obviously you'd have some time to play with it. They're not going to have a lot of money in the next round either, but enough to buy the AWP. So that's good. I was a little bit worried that they were going to fall short of that because we want to see Cello warping. He's got 10 and 3. We want to see more of it. We're not done with that yet. Serbia started to catch up though.
Zello holding. Oh, he does just get caught. Kindo, like a turret, just waits for the opportunity, and that's that different style of orbing. Zello's super proactive. Kindo waits him to come to him. And in all fairness, both have their advantage. And in that sense, Zello, who's looking for information, gets caught. There's an opener taken. Collins will add to it as well. BTN has picked up the orb, but even still, it's getting already to the point where if they lose a sight, already you might even just call to a save.
Yeah, you hate to see it, but obviously so much of this is about the economy for Romania now, which is something that they kind of beat and won earlier on. It was looking fine. They had plenty of money, but Serbia has kind of slowly but surely chipped away at that Romanian economy, and that's worked out pretty well for them. Going to be a 5-4 scoreline here. Chicago, got to be careful. Once you've already made the call to save, it's such a disheartening experience when you're not going down anyway, which could happen here. Grenades being thrown at him, and he's dropped very low already.
Oh, that boost is heard. Jakarta should know it's coming. It doesn't make a difference. Collins, good pre-fight. Good find. Probably going to get traded. Yeah, and will. Not enough to pick up the AK, but enough to get some constellation kills. 2 alive. I don't think it's good enough to... If you have 3 alive, you can always rebuy in. That's as simple as it is. With drops coming through and the rest, you can more or less always reinvest. 2 alive, however, it is a risk if you go for that reinvestment. It is just... It can be so expensive or really have a bit of a knock on. They are going to go for it. Somebody's going to have to take a hit somewhere, whether it's util or a lesser weapon, and it is going to be Jakarta who takes a hit. And even still, the util's actually not fully fleshed across the board. But we kind of see ourselves in a pretty interesting point where for Serbia, they were 5-0 down, and now they've gone 4 in a row, and with pretty good amount of success here too. This is what we want to see from that Serbian T side.
Yeah, I must say, the recovery here is pretty swift. Can't really complain about that. They have good bank even on the Serbian side, so they could probably keep this up for a while longer. Chicago with an MP9 is on a massive mission. He's by the television towards those B hallways, almost into T-spawn at the moment. BTN in the middle, he catches them, and in the same time, I think both players, one throwing a grenade, the other one jumping off that ledge, and that just, the spray wasn't even that good, but it doesn't matter. They're going to get a double kill anyway. Collins and Emmy now 2 versus 4, and surely this is going to be a round for Romania.
You're right. Emmy, nade goes deep. He also met with a nade of his own as well. I can't see this round being converted, and definitely not so much anymore. I think for Collins, I don't think save is the worst thing. Everyone else can buy, so it's fine. Keep hold your AK. Might want to fight towards the end. I mean, money's not great in the long term over towards a CT, but it doesn't matter. So he will fall. AK scooped up, and Romania a super clean 6th on the board. I normally, the way I look at Mirage, because you know, currently 3rd most CT-sided map in the pool and all the rest, I see it as a 7-5 in favor of the CT side is actually, it's like a bit of a handshake for me. I mean, that's how I look at it. I think both sides are actually pretty happy with that.
Yeah, it can go almost any direction. I kind of agree. Some of it's probably going to be down to the pistol round at either rate, the way that we're going here. 6-4. AWP back in the hands of Cello. See if we can get a chance to wield it. Definitely could have landed that shot, but doesn't quite connect. Kindo certainly will. Chicado's been playing that position quite a bit towards that connector into the B bomb site. So no real surprise that they discover him there. BTN takes a shot through the smoke and gets one. It's the AWP Kindo that goes down. And Dragon, you could tell he was expecting for somebody to be on the other side, but they certainly weren't. So 3 versus 3, and everything looking pretty decent for Romania in this round. They have all the weapons they want here, and about a minute on the clock to try and defend with. They're going to go into the middle. I love this. If they go proactive towards the middle and try and crunch it now, I think that's a sick idea.
Yeah, I agree. In this 3 versus 3, good chance in Racket. Going aggro here is actually a wild decision. He doesn't have enough information about what this top mid control is looking like. For me, feels inherently very risky. They do trade it out, in all fairness, but Zello's AWP rattles off, and that will give them coverage. Now it's just Choiv, and they should know he was towards top mid.
30 seconds. Now, he's got the bomb, so it's not impossible for him to win the round. It's unlikely, but you could definitely do it. Molotov, oh, it doesn't quite go the way that he wanted. Might still slow him down, but he's going to make the jump across, and if he wants it, there's a bomb plant, but he doesn't. He goes for the fight instead. I don't know. The bomb plant wouldn't have given them necessarily some sort of great buy in the next round, but still, you never know if he could have added a couple of extra grenades here or there. Maybe that would have made a difference. He went for the win anyway. And it is going to be another round here for Romania. So up to 7. Chance for an 8 if they can win this last one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think 7 is already, for me, pretty solid. And considering Serbia don't actually have a great investment here, I think they does have a fairly decent chance behind it. Well, what have we got? We've got a double Galil, double Tech 9, and a Deagle. Is there much chance of making something work out of this for Serbia? Getting a bomb plant might give them something.
Yeah, I think they could have had like an extra Galil or something like that, but it's all in the past now. Kindo's going to be going down. Chicago, he's getting that early one. Still playing very, like, his position is kind of the same every round. You would think that would make it a little bit more counterable, but we haven't really seen it yet. So surprising that they haven't tried to do more to get rid of him, because he's playing like a very somewhat a one-dimensional game, but it's working for him, so not really even criticism of his play. Like, he's got 12 kills, so why wouldn't you keep doing it if they're not going to find ways to punish you? It will be just under a minute now. Still almost everyone from the Serbian squad is in the middle here, trying to make the jump up. Ooh, Cello, that probably could have been a kill. Got to be careful because there's a player right in front of him. It seems like he does realize, so Molotov to try and force it out. Is Raga gone down, and now BTN, the only one at the A-bomb side. Nice shot from Cello. That's going to be important to help out his teammate, who's otherwise alone here. 30 seconds on the clock, and Collins kind of weirdly preoccupied. You'd think he'd win that fight against the AWP, but I don't think he wants to fight Cello at the moment. He finally will, and will take him down to a 1 versus 1 as BTN gets the kill on the other side. See who wins this one. Already the double kill on really both players here. And a swing, it's wide, and it works. BTN takes the last one and an 8-4 scoreline in the first half.
Okay, not bad. I think actually Romania are pretty happy with that in the end. It's going to give them just quite a lot to work with. They're feeling comfortable at how this game starts to slot itself into place. If they get a pistol here, they put a lot of pressure on towards Serbia. So all in all, I think they can be pretty happy with that. I think they're in a spot where, for the most part, this is where things can start slotting itself into place. And for Serbia, this pistol is actually of the utmost importance. You don't find this, Romania can probably go all the way up to a 10-4 scoreline. At that point, it is quite difficult to get back into this. We shall see, but this is a super important one. Zello, P250, doesn't miss when he's got a pistol. That's a nice first shot, but he gets insta-traded. Yeah,
you're right, though. Still with the pistol here, Romania. It's kind of on. They might be able to take this map pretty quickly. Dragon gets one more return. So 4 versus 3. Raga He's been a great stand-in almost at this point, but so far, he's up to 12 kills. Bombs planted now, and Raga up close. Got to be careful. Yeah, he realizes they can push it behind him and shoot him in the back, so he kind of feels like he has to push forward. Now it's BTN. 1 versus 2. Back by the bench and only for a second. My God, Emmy lightning fast on that USP. And Serbia, I think kind of a critical pistol round for them to win here.
Yes, absolutely. I think the only thing that's maybe worth keeping an eye on is just because there was a bomb plant and at least enough kills out from Romania, they can buy next. So this, for me, this pistol round maybe doesn't have as much importance, whereas the force buy does. The force buy might be the real make or break in this one. So it's all well and good that Serbia found that pistol. They've now got to convert the force if we do go for it. But I think if you're Romania, you kind of have to, is the way I would look at it. It looks like they are force coming through. Got Triple Galil and I think Zello. For him, there is a question of does he force what he will. So you pick up the AK-47. A big round. Serbia find this. Game is absolutely on. They can get within reach and distance. They lose it, however, and Romania can once again just pull away.
We'll see how much damage they could do. 3 people in the palace. This could be pretty dangerous. If you... Oh, the smoke is going to go down again, so... See if they want to go for it inside or if they want to wait it out. They definitely could wait about a minute and 5 seconds before that smoke evaporates, so... Not necessarily that bad. But yeah, I mean, if you can run 3 people out of the palace like that, you know there's not going to be an orb on the other side, so... You could probably just run out and take those fights. Raga's got 1 single flashbang that I'm guessing he's going to be throwing over as they run out. So, I don't know. This is like a straightforward strategy, really, for the Romanian squad. But yeah, there's the flashbang already set up. Cello gets the opening, and they're going to follow it up, taking down Kindo. 1 flash to really start this round with, but it's working.
Yeah, absolutely. This is tough. I mean, for Serbia, how are we even going to find a gap into this? Zello is tagged, yes. Kiyakado, same for him, but... This is still super difficult. The nade is pretty chunky. The first fight doesn't convert. Raga takes a tag. Is getting like it might be slipping away. Time is ticking. The swing of the AK of Zella will connect. Last man, surely a dead man walking. So Romania finding that really could be the big difference maker. That's huge. I mean, already we can start to potentially be talking about the beginning of the end in this one, just because Serbia now, they might even opt to force again, but just because of double eco territory. I still don't know if they're going to be in a strong enough spot. I think this is really, really tough. It looks like they will opt to force again. It sort of makes sense just because they're in double eco, but yeah, this is a difficult situation where Romania should get a 10th. They might even get the 11th in doing so as well.
This is tough game right now for the Serbian side. Again, they never really panic in the other games that we saw. Even when they were in trouble, they always seem to be kind of holding their own and just following the script. Not surprised that they do the same thing here, but they are falling a fair bit behind at the moment. There's a nice kill. Kindo just catching Chicago looking the wrong way, and 3 versus 4. The bomb is still at top mid, so nobody's picked that up at the moment. They are investigating, and actually it could be almost a free kill against Kindo here. I don't think you're ever looking for this. Ragged kind of walked up and up onto that high ground position. Yeah, indeed, Kindo is going to be going down, and so will Dragon. It's a very nice round. Only 1 casualty in that one. Romania just looking very, very good at the moment.
Yeah, simple, super effective Counter-Strike being played, and you really can't complain. I think for Romania, they're getting so close to the finish line now. There's a couple of small positives that you see come through, but nothing too major, in all fairness. And that this is the issue where I'm looking at this and thinking that it might already be done in itself. 10-5, probably 11, because Serbia can't afford to buy here. And I don't know. I don't know if there's anything really on the cards here to work with. This has been a super solid showing from this Romanian side, both on the CT and the T side. The CT side gave them enough of that stability, and the T side so far has looked pretty clean. Jakarta for 3, that's not bad.
I mean, this has worked out incredibly well. just one single player with a USP. Nobody cares. It's absolutely fine. They're going to be able to walk through this round without too much trouble. Not a single casualty on their side. And wow, this is actually just a great run for Romania. 11-5. No real resistance so far in the second half either for Serbia. They will be able to buy into this round. It's not going to be the best buy that we've seen yet, but it'll do something. There's no head armor on anybody, which is obviously a very, very common sacrifice that you make to get a couple of extra grenades. But and normally it doesn't really matter when there are AKs, but this time there is that one M4 on Raga. And M4 against unarmored or headless, I was going to say opponents, but at least without helmets, is so efficient, right?
Yeah, it's true. This is a tough spot. It really is. This feels for me like the last hurrah for Serbia. If they can't find this round here, I don't see them having a chance to get it back into this. They have to spiral so positively off the back of collecting round number 17. The first fight, Varaga, taken. The second delivered as well. Beautiful stuff. An answer back from Kindo, but I mean, Raga's already done his job. He got a 2-for-1.
Yeah, mission accomplished as far as he's concerned. Troy will get one, but he's going to get traded almost immediately. Zello sneaking close, trusting that no one's walked for the smoke yet. He's going to go for a bit of a swing, and even without the AWP, he's lightning fast. Zello is having himself one of those games. He's got 17, Raga's got 18, and Chicago's got another 17, so just very, very hard to deal with. Dragon, not even given the benefit of having the bomb out in the open, so he has to go swing really, really wide to get that shot. He did stop the guy from getting off the bomb once he'd planted it, but he's going to get traded right away. So 1 versus 3 anyway was always going to be very, very tough, as Romania will take round number 12 here. Wow, this has turned into a very one-sided game. I can't believe it.
Yeah, absolutely. It just showcases just how good this Romanian side can be. We got to see them in Yash, a slightly different roster, but for the most part, a similar couple of players who have come back, and we could just see how good they are. Brilliant work, and I'm loving what I'm seeing, in all fairness. This is just showcasing just how good these individuals can be. 12-5, there is a buy to try and keep them afloat, but I really just don't know if there's enough in the back pocket for Serbia. This is their map pick as well, and they are being decimated. Zello for the first is a good start. Flashbang as well. Oh, Zello is so confident. Nothing can stop him right now.
Yeah. Confidence rewarded once again. Double for him. Dragon, he's just... You'd think that's a bit of an off angle, might have been hard to spot out, but not this time. Wow, they're getting completely blown up. But it changed. Like, it looked like they were competitive for a while here, Serbia, but now it's kind of all for nothing. The bomb is planted already. There's almost zero chance that Serbia even can get back into this round. How would they defuse the bomb? They're so far away, and they are in a 2 versus 4 here. They're obviously going to give it a shot, try and see if they can make it a bit closer, but Romania have essentially taken this first map already. That's crazy.
Yeah. And just, again, just the fact that they're taking it from their opponent is the big thing that is so concerning for me, because it gives them such a good chance in this series. What a map. What a showing. Romania look so clean. So damn clean. And Serbia have got to find a way to now break this sort of deadlock as we head in towards map number 2, because nothing they really brought to the table there was enough. I mean, that second half never got going really at all. But, you know, they got the pistol and it all slipped away. The first half was okay at times. They had 4 rounds in a row, but the stints outside of those 4 rounds were there's nothing. And this is the concerning things. There's a couple of close rounds where they lost, you know, 1v1s, 1v2s, but I mean, even still, you shouldn't have to be in those situations regardless.
Yeah, I was surprised to see how that played out. It just looked like it was fine for the first while. Even if Romania were leading a little bit, it didn't look like there was a huge gap between the two teams. But obviously, the more we got into it, the more Cello, Raga, and Chicago would just got warmed up. Like the 3 of them were kind of unstoppable. And to be fair, on the Serbian side, they didn't have anyone that was keeping up to that level. So kind of just a rough deal. That's the first map done with. And yeah, Romania, they actually made really quick work of it. I'm pretty impressed.
Yeah, same here. I mean, really just showcase just how good they are. I'm a little concerned now for Serbia, where Can they then respond? I mean, Dust 2 coming up is a map which is just generally pretty popular across the scene, but the fact that it's being picked into by Romania makes me think that there's an idea here. They've got some understanding of why they've gone in towards this, whether it's a punish pick or something of the sort. It's a map in which this core of 4 of Nexus must play a fair decent amount as well. Yeah, all in all, this is a good showing out from Romania. I'm pretty impressed, and as you see running through these highlights, just how one-sided for the most part this was. And when we look towards map number 2 in a second, I'm not too sure. I haven't seen enough from Serbia, which gives me that much hope at the moment.
No, I don't think anyone has. They're gonna have to prove it, I think, the good old-fashioned way, by just kind of waking up and, you know, getting into the second match in a little bit of a better way from the start. Maybe win a pistol round. That could go a really long way too. So we know they have it in them. We know that they're good enough to do it. But Romania just looked like a really well warmed up team. Like, they came in, there was no real delay. And for Serbia, it wasn't just quite the same feeling, unfortunately, for them. So it is what it is, as they like to say. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I predicted it was going to be 3 maps. I want to believe that Serbia can get back into this one.
Yeah, same. I do as well. I mean, they're a side with enough talent to be able to come into it, no issues. It's just been one of those where maybe a slow start is probably the way that it will go. They would love to push us towards a third map, get on towards the side of Ancient and showcase what they can do, but they're gonna have to really dig deep. I'd assume they start on that CT side, heading in towards Dust 2, which at the very least can probably help out quite a bit, be able to control the tempo a little bit more. But yeah, all in all, I think more than anything, Serbia just need to take this 10-minute break or so and really just kind of recoup and say, damn, what happened? What went wrong there? We need to find a better way to get in towards this game.
Yeah, can't be that. We are ready for the break, and when we come back, we'll have the second map. So don't go anywhere. It'll be soon. All right, then. We've got the first map over and done with, and in a quicker fashion than I was expecting, but Romania just showed up in a big way. They had 3 players, Ricardo, Cello, and Raga, who we haven't really seen before on the team, but he played very well. And between the 3 of them, they just kind of wrecked Serbia. They never really got a chance here. So second map will be their real testing ground. Hopefully this is a wake-up call for Serbia to get back in the game.
It's one of those. I mean, what can you do when you got players playing that well? I just don't think there's too much on offer. It was such a good showing. Everybody looked very clean. Everybody was doing their job properly. And this is the thing now with Serbia. It's yes, they might have a game plan and a good understanding in the tactics, but actually, do they have the individuals to be able to fight here? Maybe not. And I think a lot of credit maybe has to be given to just how good this side was. So for me, I'm looking at this and saying I'm not too sure if there's enough on offer here for Serbia, not at least from what I've seen so far. We need to see a completely different showing coming in towards Dust 2. The good thing is that it is Dust 2. It's a map in which we all know and love, and it will bring something about it where we can say, okay, this is fundamentally a simple map in the way it's approached. There's a couple of changes that have come through with CS2, but for the most part, nothing too much. Maybe this is where Serbia can just say, okay, that was a bad map. It is what it is. We'll move on. We'll go in towards Dust 2, and we'll see if we can sort of make this work in our favor.
They have to. They really do. I mean, the thing is, they kind of lost it. I didn't really get a chance to see any, like, some individual highlights here and there from the Serbian side, but it was never like a really sick, like, okay, here we go. Like, this guy's warmed up, even if the rest of the team isn't. It always kind of felt like they were just a little bit behind. So, I want to see like a fresh new start for them with some of the individuals. Like, we highlighted them. We know, you know, Kindo, Collins, like some of the Dragons, like they should be able to play at a pretty high level, and we didn't really get to see much of that. So yeah, you only have one more crack at it here. Otherwise, it's going to be Romania just, you know, moonwalking out of the game pretty quick.
Yeah, they need to be careful. It's that big thing. I mean, Romania are on the precipice now, getting that spot towards the World Esports Championships. And for Serbia, they'd absolutely love to be there, but at this rate, is that going to happen? I mean, who knows? It's such an interesting spot that we put ourselves in. For Romania, they want to make sure that they see this off and see it off cleanly. I think just make sure, don't give yourselves any second thoughts or doubts. Get that confidence. Yes, it's the lower bracket, but just make it as clean as it has to be and needs to be, and all the rest. So I'm impressed with what I've seen though from Romania. They're playing off each other very well. The good thing is, because they are 4 out of 5 of the same team of Nexus, they do have the strats and the way to approach this and all of the rest, and they have this understanding about how to play off each other quite nicely. Serbia should have the same, but it didn't just seem to be the case. It's simple as that. We really just didn't see Serbia do enough that has given us that kind of coverage. They should get a CT side start, I think, if I'm right in saying, and then in doing so, with that start, maybe a bit of confidence. But we need to see them get a pistol and a force buy as a bare minimum, and then we can start talking about something.
Yeah, I think having a smooth start to the game here is going to be just a nice luxury for them. And you know, if they don't, obviously, you know, it's a whole new map. So as with those players that play at a competitive level, you kind of you know what it's like to lose a map in a best of 3 and come back into it. So I'm sure they're not going to be devastated by it, but it does make the recovery a little bit easier if you have a decent start to the second map. Which again, Dust 2. So probably going to be seeing more of Cello. He was really good, not just with the AWP, but just in general, like put on a great performance.
And this is an Orpa's paradise, isn't it, as well? This is a map in which they can... If Zello plays the way we know he can, he could tear up. I mean, Kindo had a couple of moments and these instances where we saw him play to a pretty decent level, in all fairness to him, but it's just Zello, when he's on that form, on his day, playing at this sort of level, what can you do? Because you can't mechanically shut him down. You've got to try and overwhelm, but he's probably always going to walk away with probably a kill at the very least. I mean, that's just how good he is. Yeah. So it's a wild time. They've got to formulate a plan to try and shut him down. It's easier said than done, I think, is the main thing. So who knows? Who knows? We'll see. We are just waiting for one player, and then we'll be getting underway. Zello looked good. Chicago had a couple of moments too where he looked very clean with the rifle. Dust 2 is such a good map for individuals, and I think that might be the thing that gives Romania the edge here.
It feels that way. We've seen it before where, you know, a team that won the first map kind of, you know, for whatever reason, just disappears on the second map. So we'll leave some space for that to potentially happen. But, you know, barring anything like that, we kind of know which team is currently warmed up and is feeling fresh about this whole game. So I'm really interested to see. I'd love to see Kindo up a little bit more. I thought he was super serviceable last couple of times we saw him. I think this time Cello just kind of ran wild and was kind of hard to stop. And they probably couldn't afford the orb that much either. So I had a couple of things working against them on that front alone. Which is our second game of the day? Do you remember? I swear I was just looking at it over at the
our second game. So give me a second. I did give it a little retweet. So we've got second game. We've got Portugal taking on Kosovo as our second game of the day. So that one should be pretty cool as well, because we haven't actually tuned in with Portugal so far at all yet. But they had a really clean groups and a really clean run. We did get to catch Kosovo, and they actually are as good as probably we'd expect. I think we'll touch on that obviously a little bit later with them. But Debo is somebody from that team who I've kept an eye on for a long time now, and he played well the other day when we caught him. So excited to see what he can do. But Anders, we're live.
Yes, we are into it. We're not going to delay any longer. It's Cello to start off. P250. Let's go over bullet and explodes Kindo. Now he's going to get retreated a bomb or returned a bomb, but it doesn't really matter here. They still have the crossing to the bomb site. There's nobody right now that can stop them from planting the bomb. There's nobody up on the catwalk, so they should be able to put the bomb down. And they're going to plant for long as well, which is not bad. BTN is down there with the P250. The rest of them still have to stay alive. They have to buy a little bit more time. They can't just leave it on that long position. Actually, he doesn't fall that far back. He kind of sticks around on long. Doesn't want to go play in the pit. And the bomb finally ticking away slowly but surely. Emmy trying to see if he could find a way into it a little bit. They know where everybody is at the moment. It's Choi with a good headshot. Dragon to follow it up. And I think now BTN is in a lot more trouble.
Yeah, this is tough. Couple of taps with a P250, hoping... Do I say gets a tag? But the defuse is coming through. It's a 10-second defuse, and it won't even matter. Very, very good pistol that is taken there. The one thing I will say is a bomb plant again is all that Romania need. I mean, in that previous map on towards Mirage, they lost the T-type pistol, but they got a bomb plant and won the force buy.
True,
I won't completely count Romania out just yet, but that's much more clinical from Serbia. They look stronger, look decent. That's all I want to see. And now they can go 2 for 2, start off Dust 2, with a completely different Serbian side, which is good.
Yeah, they have the AK this time as well. And they're going to go out long. Oh, it could be a powerful push, but the Molotov is already up. See if they can do anything about it here. Flashes are coming out. It's Choi to go down. 7 kick, not getting the spray down correctly. And Collins... he'll stay alive out there, hitting some great shot, pushing forward, nearly getting the double spray down at the end. It's a 1 versus 2, and BTN is just so low on health. He's going to try the Dragon, so everything working out quite well for them here in this round. I mean, it's an expensive round for the CT side, no question about it, but they did win it.
Yes, exactly. That's all that matters. Make sure that round sticks. Simple, effective, and now we can talk about the Serbia side. You know, coming in towards Dust 2 as a different team, you can sort of just forget the map and say, it is what it is. We didn't show up the way we were meant to. It's fine. Let's just move on. And hopefully that is the case here. So with a second on the board, Romania can't really buy a couple of upgraded pistols, but nothing all too audacious. This should be a third, more or less a free. And it puts a lot more pressure on Romania's first gun round.
Yes, it does. I mean, they could do some damage here. That'd be a good little luxury. Does make it nice. Kindo, real close here. They've got one helmet, but it's not going to make any difference whatsoever. But they did have one helmet on the T side, and they're going to get completely shoot up. Not a single casualty. Okay, this is a great. Like we said, it's a lot easier to have the mental recovery if you start by winning the pistol and have a bit of a good start of the game. And they have so far, Serbia. Going to be a 7-3 scoreline.
Yes, exactly. Good work.
Yeah, good work. I said 3-0.
3-0. But yeah, same vibes.
My brain just malfunctioned for a second. It's great.
Yeah, no, I feel you. No, all good. But I
think, you know, sometimes when you're reading like a different number, your brain just says, oh, we'll go with that one. We'll just go with the 7. That's fine. Beautiful.
Well, a 3-0 start. I think it is one of those where for Romania now, so much more pressure on this gun round. That's actually a pretty decent spam through the door. Does substantial damage. Raga's got out. A CT smoke comes down. Raga wins first, but Kindo responds, and so does Choiv. Ooh, now this has made it a lot harder. We probably need
Oh,
another
yeah.
one of those Zeller rounds, I think. He needs at least a couple, because now they're left in a 2v4.
Yeah, this is what actually does to get a bit of an annoying team if you're in the 4-man position here, because where do you put yourself in a position where you don't get AWPed by Cello and you also don't give up the bomb site? So there is a chance that he could at least get the opportunity to get some of those kills here. He's walking up around the smoke. He's waiting for somebody to peek there, but he might not be looking the right way. That's a lot of damage going his way, but he still does land the shot. Still, not bad for Collins. He's at least made it possible for the rest of his team here to do something, and with the flank coming in, it's just Cello in the corner, and surely not long for this world.
Most likely. Oh, yeah, he does miss the flick. And a pretty clean one, all in all. Or, oh, no, double AWP. It's fine. Already got one in the hands of Kindo. There's a temptation to double AWP on Dust 2. It's a map in which actually I think you can get a lot of luxury double AWPing, but it's actually with the other players to do so. And I think they're more than happy just having Kindo wield it. But simply put, a 4-0 start, a super easy kind of run of things. And Romania,
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind attack pause sooner rather than later, because things aren't looking too good so far. Choi for the first.
Yeah, you love everything about this, the way that this has begun. Bit of a shooting gallery in the middle. Dragon just not necessarily connecting all that much, but feels like he's not putting himself in a lot of danger, so he wants to stick around and throw some more AK bullets their way. Incendiary to go down, and yeah, I don't know. There are a couple of deagles here, so you could make the argument that maybe it isn't worth it for him to dance around too much back there. Sometimes bad things can happen, but seems like he is going to be okay for the minute. 5 versus 3. Bomb making its way out long. I don't know if they're going to be allowed to do much out here, but give it a crack anyway. See if you can get the bomb planted. It's going to help out in some of these future rounds.
Oh, Kindo, nice shot. Chikada gets caught. Flashbang. Yeah, 7 Geeks in trouble, and he's dead. And it's just BTN at range. Gets deleted as well. 5-0. Lovely and easy run out the gates here from Serbia. We did come in towards this series, in all fairness, and said this one has the potential of going 3 maps. Maybe we didn't expect it to be taking each other's map picks, but the way things are playing right now, Serbia are not letting up at all.
No, they're really not. Couldn't really ask for anything more. They've got so much money on the CT side. AWV on Cello. Tries to go for the long spawn peak there, but no CTs are ready to find him on the other side. So, yeah, otherwise he was there quick enough. Double push on the catwalk for the Serbian team. I do like this. Getting a bit adventurous on the CT side. So many ways to do that on Dust 2. More than people maybe recognize. Maybe even more now than they used to be. Oh, and Kindle take one. Bit of a trade afterwards, but they will take down Raga. So it is still working out in their favor here. 4 versus 3 and a rush up long. They want to go quick at it.
Oh, Zello, good find. Had the support of Chikado as well to give them some coverage. The Molotov ticks. Chikado will get out of there. Holding. Goes quiet. Minute to work with, but they've got a good spot, and the bomb will come down. And a good swing as well. Trade should be there. Missed shot from Zello. Might give a chance. He's fallen away in the smoke.
Oh, he's not missing many shots here. Second kill for him. Bomb going to be planted, and I think Dragon, where do you go from here? You've got the AWP, you're already low on health. If you find a shot right now, maybe you say, okay, fine, I'm going to go for it. 1 versus 1, but nobody's showing themselves, and I think that's kind of the cue to leave. Even if they have a lot of money on the CT side, that AWP is still super expensive, and what really are the chances that you win the 1 versus 2? So Romania finally going to be on the board.
It's true. Romania, they... You know, it's good to see them on. Better late than never. Oh, Dragon. Had the chance to make it a little bit more expensive. Not to be. And it actually would have been the AWP he would have dropped in that one. But in the end, doesn't matter too much. 5-1. Dragon keeps hold of his AWP. That's all that matters. They can have reinvestments for plenty more rounds in a row for Serbia. Let's see. What is there in terms of... I need to see Romania put up consistent rounds on the board before I'm convinced. If they can get maybe up to a point of like 5-3, 5-4, then we're talking about a decent half. Anything less And I think they could be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, kind of agree with you. They have space. They have time to do it. Flash to get him off the corner. Also reveal the fact that he's there. Going to be a smoke put up instantly in return. It's a bit of a default spread coming out now from the Romanian squad. So they haven't really committed to anything. They can kind of go wherever they want still. Bomb, you could see us outside of the long position. But, yeah. Power of these defaults, and the reason you see, every T side of the world running them, is that you can, you can find information. You make those out-of-spawn calls. The obvious advantages, they're quick. They can be hard to adjust for the enemy side. Like, it's hard to make rotations when something is just happening very quickly. But yeah, for the T side, you're looking for information, trying to figure out, oh my god. Well, as they were looking for information, they unfortunately got nuked out on long, so that's unfortunate. See how this one plays out. Round number 7, and we've got about 40 seconds left here. With a little bit of a long position, but they're smoked off. And that smoke for the CT side, let's see, or for the T side, let's see if they're going to be able to play around it. Raga goes down. They're down to 30 seconds. I'm super nervous about this round for Romania.
Yeah, fellas, timing here. Let's make a move, shall we? 20 seconds. They're still not even towards the site. They've got to cross through. Another will fall. Zello at least gets his at range, but Chicago's a little bit isolated as the bomb is going to try and cross. BTN stick around to fight with the bomb on his back, and he will actually get 2. 8 seconds. Bomb. Oh, he will get down. That is way too close for comfort, and Dragon overextends. How is this round going to possibly go the way of Romania? Kindo's thrust into a 1 versus 2 from a round which looked lost just because of Romania's timing alone. Flash over, so now they're going to know he's out towards long, and all their attention can just focus there. Romania have won this.
That's definitely a little bit crazy. Unexpected, but they'll take it. They had so little time. They lost that mid position as well, and it still works out in their favor. 2-5. They, obviously, for their turn, they would love to just close the book on Serbia here and walk away with a little bit of victory, which that can definitely happen.
It's true. So, it's getting to the point where I'm feeling maybe okay about it. I said if you can get to kind of 3 or 4 rounds on the board for Romania, you may be doing okay. I think 4 rounds is going to make this a much more competitive half from the way it started, which was 5-0 down. However, Serbia were 5-0 down, then went 4 rounds in a row, then lost the half, and then just got massacred in towards the second. So I'm not fully sold just yet, but I like the ideas that started to come through here. Romania, that was a little bit too close for comfort for me. We'll see. I'm not fully sold on this T side just yet. I think they get very fortunate. BTN was so low fighting around that smoke, and he gets a double spray down. I think if he even gets traded 1-for-1 there, the round's probably done because they had like 9 seconds to get the bomb on the site.
Well, again, it's Cello to lead some of the early victories here. Grenades are being thrown. He's trying to look over the middle to see if he can spot anyone down there, but so far, no real luck. There he is, through the smoke, actually, just as I say that. He'll find a way to take the kill. I can't believe it.
Up, flash over to try and fight in mid. Kindo's got a little aggro, and it's worked well, so he'll answer back. It's not bad. Trying to make a move. He gets caught in rotation. All right, Zello's answering 2. Another into a CT spotted, but Collins will bail him out. This back and forth. They haven't cleared Collins' backside, and he's walked away with 3.
Still plenty of time. Oh, shooting him right in the legs. It doesn't matter. Cello, how is he able to do that? That's surely a fight that you lose every single time, but he's managed to pick it up. I just can't believe what this guy's able to do.
It's kind of a ridiculous round, isn't it? That one in total, I mean, the back of Collins should basically get 1 kill and get traded. No one looks his way. Look at all 3 of them. They come out, and not a single person looks towards sight. Ridiculous. Zello never should be walking away that round. He's a lucky man that he has. He might even get a chance at a kill here. Did spot them crossing and messing around with the door. The pop shot doesn't connect, but the buys are pretty minimal over towards Serbia. However, Collins is still getting kills.
Yeah, that's a bit of a ridiculous round to win, to be honest. But who cares? If they're Romania, they just want to win no matter what here. Raga went down. He's had a very poor start, let's put it like that, for the Dust 2 map here. It's 1 and 9. Playing great on the first map, but this one, it's been hard to get into. It looks like they want to go long once again.
BTN. He's the one making the move out here. But you're all right. I mean, he's been struggling a little bit. Hasn't been able to find too much form just yet. And he's getting to the point where they're going to need him. They can't just be relying on Fort. Creep walking. It's a contact play. It's something that has actually worked out for them a little bit.
I mean, it's work. I mean, especially in this round, because the rotation's happening towards the B bomb site. So they're going to find an empty A site. They're going to walk right up there and say, oh, that's great. Let's go. Let's just keep going like this. There's no reason why you wouldn't. Wow, this is a real turnaround from a 5-0 lead into now a 4-5 lead. Still 1 round lead for Serbia, but it doesn't feel that great. At least you're going to have some money in the next round, but yeah, a bit of a collapse really early on in this first half. And a lot of it, you look at the scoreboard, a lot of it's just down to Cello. He's 10 and 5 all of a sudden.
I think they do need to be a little careful, is the way I'm looking at this for Serbia. They've lost quite a decent amount of control in towards this game. And I know they did the same thing when they were 5-0 down and they put 4 in a row. So it's not completely out of the realms of possibility. But just for now, where we're at, if you allow Romania to spiral positively, what we saw from Mirage is once they got going, they're so difficult to stop. And
true,
it's sort of what I'm seeing right now, where they just start to get that confidence. You know, Zello's hitting those shots again. BTN's calling pretty well as well. A lot of these rounds do come off the back of Zello actually giving them a lot of space and a lot of coverage. I think without him, these rounds might not be potentially even going in the favor of Romania. So we still need the rest of the team, that rifling core to step up. I'm looking at Jakardao as well, who's also super important to the success of Romania. They very much need him. Basically start delivering the way that we kind of expect of him. Zello boosted up. Pop shot, but doesn't find anything.
Yeah, they tried for that really early boost you could do there towards the drop down. Didn't get what they were looking for, but they still have plenty of chances in this round. For Serbia, I think now it's kind of crunch time. If you lose this round somehow, it's going to start to feel like you gave up like a giant advantage that you definitely didn't need to give up. And it's going to get harder and harder to keep the morale alive. If they lose this one, again, they're going to be out of money on the CT side almost entirely. I guess if they save 3 rifles, they can kind of still buy. But in general, yeah, you're getting to that point of the game where it's just is no longer fun. You're no longer having a great time. Grenades being exchanged and just putting a bit of pressure on Catwalk. I don't think Romania have to fight for it here. They're going to be smoking off CT spawn again. They still are picking up the bomb in T spawn just about now. So we'll see where they actually want to go. It does look like they want... Okay, so they might just... They threw that CT spawn smoke, which normally indicates a B split. They might let it fade out and do it again and just hope that Serbia are caught off guard by it. Like the double pump.
It's all about timing. 30 seconds once again. Not giving us a hell of a lot of time here. CT smoke comes over. 20 seconds though, fellas. We've got to make a move. The Molotov will force Collins out. Zello holding. Will he expect us to push through the smoke? Oh, Choiv is burning. Choiv's dead. But Collins going to find an important kill. 10 seconds though. They will get the fights. They get both. They still need to cross and get the bomb down, and they will. I hate how close they are leaving these rounds, but I can't really hate because it's working. And the B side, that's it. I mean, Serbia know, even though they know they've confirmed damage on towards the likes of Raga and Jakardao, you cannot go towards the B side. Back in Go, when this was regularly part of the competitive map pool, this was the hardest site statistically of all of them to play. So you just can't give it a go.
It's not worth it, is it? You just know you're not going to get anything out of it. Also, let's stop for a moment and appreciate how mental it is that they're doing a B split with one player out middle and that one player is Cello with an AWP. You're like, let's have the AWP hold the smoke alone. What could possibly go wrong with that? That's just so crazy. But whatever, it worked. Even if Cello actually went down here, but it's just like, why is he even there alone? Like, normally you would put the AWP in second or third to actually hit the bomb site because he can hold the window or the door. You probably wouldn't have put him alone in the middle, but I don't care. Cello is probably the one who made that call himself, saying, "Don't worry, guys, I've got this." He's got that kind of confidence. So we're tied up 5-5, and round number 11 is live. Dragon is playing right on the Serbian side. He's got 13 and 4, but they are still starting to fall behind a little bit too much. Oh, and that's a connection onto Emmy. Now I don't know if they know that Kindo snuck down here, so that could be interesting.
Okay. Emmy taking a lot of damage, so same foot. Chicard out. Flash comes out deep long, but it doesn't really do all too much. This is super important, though, of how Romania have put so many rounds on the board on the T side of Dust 2. I would still traditionally always say that this is a CT-sided map inherently. And so far, Serbia are struggling by quite a massive moment. I think he tried to put a U-turn, but he will pick it back up and then dip back in. AWP shot misses. So Dragon doesn't want to stick around. Boost on towards site. 3 players towards A to meet them here.
But this is one of the bizarre problems of actually holding the A-bomb side on Dust 2. Is that sometimes you can have 3 people, you can even have 4 people, and you still are not guaranteed to win it. It can be very hard to hold this A-bomb site without losing too many players. They're doing a fine job right now. Oh, Spray could have been better there. Collins will take down Cello. 2 versus 3, make it a 1 versus 3 as Raga find himself with no teammates left alive here. So should be around that finally goes over Serbia, although he does get the spray down on 1 there. So yeah, let's hold the phone and see what happens.
And he's got out towards Ram. This is the best place you can play this from. He knows where both are. 1 is CT, 1 is short. And I'll go back towards site. I don't actually like these pushing forward here because you could bet courts. Yeah, I think when you start moving forward in the open like that, you're not giving yourself a chance, really. I think the best way to go about it is actually hope they come in towards you because they're playing from 2 different angles. If that guy on short is going to double up with his teammate in towards CC, he has to make noise. He has to drop.
Yeah.
So you're going to hear him there anyway. Best way to play that is probably going over towards Goose and just hoping the fights come towards you. Maybe the ramp play is a little awkward to fight, so you kind of keep jiggling for it. But I think the way he went, where it's a little bit in the open like that, that's never going to give you the coverage. Finally, Serbia found a round back in their favor. It requires a couple of really nice shots, but all they care about is that they've got it. They're guaranteed bare minimum. It is that tied game. Romania, because there's so many rounds in a row, they buy straight back in, no issues. Zello gets his AWP and all the rest. A little bit of a quiet, a couple of rounds out from him, in all fairness, as Dragon's hit a nice couple of shots himself too. That double AWP setup is actually working for Serbia.
Corey with this one down here. I was going to say nobody knows, but now they definitely do with the Molotov going out. So is there going to be some sort of reaction on the other side? Dragon, he's looking for it. Trying to apply a lot of pressure towards the T side early on and kind of make it hard for them to move across the map, but it'll cost them a player. Collins going down at the start of the round. That's in the middle. Sniped by Cello.
Okay. We know that Romania love really slowing things down. So where they've been in terms of these rounds, their default success has been towards A. B, they've got 1, which is pretty clean, but the back of that, not huge. I like the flashes out, but it doesn't work. And that will change things. They're trying to split towards B, and they'll get it. And now things are really difficult. Smoke going to come down. Zello can hold rotations too. I can't see a world in which Serbia take this. Not in a 2v4.
No, I doubt it. They can maybe make it a quick 2 versus 3 if Cello gets shot in the back of the head, but still all the work. Oh, he doesn't. I don't know how he spun around. What happened that he just realized? Because he was looking down there towards the middle for a long, long time. Kindo goes down. It's a casual click to make sure he's dead, and it will be a tied game at 6-6. And I don't know. I think at this stage, they're going to be really excited on the Romanian side. This has worked out very, very well for them. They're not outright winning it the way that they really were on the opening on Mirage, but it's looking good.
Yes, no, it is. This is, wow. I mean, the recovery's immaculate. 5-0 down, and Romania even making that a 6.5. It's pretty respectable. There's no two ways about it. And potentially even actually could have made it 7-5. The one that in which they lost, if Raga played that one a little bit better, there's a world in which they take it. But I think Romania would be pretty happy with how things look at the moment. Maybe it just took them a while to get in towards this game, but the second that they did, it's for the most part been one-way traffic. And that is the worrying thing where even though it's at a 6.5 and it's completely level, the game itself doesn't actually feel that way. It still feels quite favored towards Serbia. I mean, towards Romania, I say. And Serbia need to change things up. They need a pistol. They need a force buy. And to once again start the way they did in the first half in towards the second. And that's just to give them a chance.
Well, let's see what they got. Careful now. Smoke goes up just to deny any information. The bomb is in upper dark here. For Serbia now on the T side, you've got to say winning this one is absolutely critical. It's going to start out not quite how they want it. 7 kick there. We'll get the kill at range. They know someone's back there, and they do have a Molotov, so you could put some pressure on that player and just hope that you quickly even it out. If you're 7 kick, there's a quick choice to be made whether or not you want to stick and fight and just die in the Molotov and try and get more headshots, or if you want to run and hope that you get stopped by the Glock bullets. But you have to make that choice almost instantly. He's got a teammate with him, Raga, who's got a flashbang, so I don't know. The CT's going to answer back a little bit too. We'll see. Here comes the first flash. Set it up. Goes for a little bit of a peek. They're not quite hitting it yet. Some damage in return. The Molotov lands, but 7 kicks done his job so far. Now the question is, can Raga get even the 1? He will. Oh my god, it's a quick double. That should be enough here. Kinno with the P250 and a 1 versus 3. As they are coming through, he needs to get that bomb planted at some point, but how do you find the space to do it? Oh, he's not even going to fake it. I kind of appreciate this. That's bold. He's like, I'm just going to try and plant the bomb, see if I can. But he can't. And it's Romania to pick up the pistol.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. 7-6 for Romania. That is a massive one to be taken. I thought, credit to 7kick even getting second here when he just dips up. That's done enough. He's bought time, but B, got the numbers advantage, and with Romania, they can just trade off each other. No bomb plan either. Serbia might force, in all fairness. They've actually had some decent success. This time they actually don't opt to. We caught them the other day, and their force buys looked pretty good even when they hadn't got the bomb plant on the C side. They love a little Tech 9 rush, but not opting for it here. Just a deagle. So a bomb plant again would be lovely. This one, I'm not expecting fireworks. It should be a Romanian 8th. Getting close to the 2-0. And we expected a 3-mapper here, and I've been quite surprised just how clean Romania have looked for the most part.
Yeah, I think they've carried themselves really well. They put in a great display so far. And again, this was really not the best start for them on the map, right? They could have definitely done better. But still, here we go. Going to be a bit of a run boost to set it up. Always fun to watch those. BTN, it's about staying alive. That's the only thing that matters here. It doesn't really matter if they get the bomb down that much. You can live with that. Emmy, last one. Okay, good headshots with the Glock. We can respect that. No bomb plan, though. And it's another round here. Things starting to look pretty hot for them. 8-6 at the moment.
Not a huge amount of time left in this game. I think we have to be honest about it, where we need to be very careful. Where we're at right now, it's been a very solid showing coming through from Romania. And Serbia, at this sort of rate, where a lot of rounds are going their way, a lot of the gun rounds are looking pretty uncomfortable. They're not giving themselves a hell of a lot of coverage. Kindo misses the shot crossing. She knows one for sure has. I'm not sure if we'll expect a second. Romania, if they find this, what is, technically speaking, a bonus buy, if that is to be converted, I already think Serbia could be on the way to potentially falling flat here.
Yeah, I think this first one is going to tell us a lot about how things are going to play out. Probably would have loved some more grenades on the T side, but it's not an option for them at the moment. Cello trying to play around it. Doesn't spot anyone, but even that is decent information. He's like, you know what? That feels like a little bit of a fake smoke there. Be careful elsewhere. Looking over it here for Dragon. I do like that. Oh, they're walking forward both at the same time. Is he going to get the chance to get the kill? He'll get spotted instead.
Big
that's pretty nice. Chicano throws out a grenade on top, so it'll do a little bit of damage. Not the most efficient grenade, but let's bought some time for them as well. 50 seconds on the clock here. Romania, they just got to keep this up. It's on to Serbia to try and find a solution here and open it up. But again, they're down to 2 smokes, 2 Molotovs. They don't have that many nades left on the T side.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the Molotov, that nade banks off the wall and catches probably both as they were boosting above just as the smoke was going away. Now Serbia drop smoke of their own. Cardo backside. Got to get at least one here. The big swing is a bold choice, has to be said. There's another player here. Zello's got 3. All right. Zello always seems to bring this side success when he's called upon. 10 seconds, fellas. We haven't got a lot of time. Molotov will come down, but he can still plant 4 short. Can't deny as much as Raga tries.
Oh, hold on. This is a bit scary now. You've got one flashbang. They're not even going to throw it. They're just going to peek with it. Again, the peek comes in. It's 7 kick to take down Emmy. That's a very, very close. That was a nice triple spray down for Cello, but his teammates kind of almost let go of the round, but they will win it. It cost them a lot in terms of the hardware that they lose in this one, but they'll be up 9-6 here. Cello, I don't know how he does it, man.
Every single time. Romania, got to give this guy an MVP medal or something at the end of this series, because at this rate, it's a ridiculous showing from him on an individual basis. Absolutely MVP material thus far. 9-6. A bomb plant, though, does keep Serbia's finances alive, at the very least. You'll take that. But do we expect to get back into this? I'm not 100% sure. They haven't got too many chances already. Maybe 3 full buys if they're lucky at this rate. Chicano gets 2, and he gets away alive. Ooh. How?
I don't know, but he wants more. He's flashed in again. That's great intuitive teamwork. You're back reloading, and BTN probably just calls out saying, listen, I'll flash you in, and they just do it. So he's only back from that long corner while he's reloading the M4, and then he comes back for a 3rd kill, and that's a shutdown. The bomb is lost out there as well. In theory, Romania could start to rotate even more people over and just hold this door forever. I don't think there's anything Serbia could do about it.
I think you're right. I really don't know what you do here. Save a Khalil and an AK? It's not a great decision, but I don't think they've got any other. They're going to have to eco next round regardless, because they're not getting a bomb plant out here. So yeah. That might just be it. I mean, 45 seconds. They might have a little look in. A 2v5 to be converted is such a big ask.
Yeah, those happen very rarely. And especially we don't have the bomb, right? Because the fact that you don't have the bomb means there's no surprise, all right? Like, it's not like you can get a kill, get a bomb planted in a 2-on-4 or something like that. They know eventually you're coming long if you're trying to win the round. Obviously, they're not. They've given up on it. But yeah, I just think if you're going to win those 2 versus 5, it kind of requires a couple of extra steps where you can shock the enemy team a little bit more than they can when the bomb is lost. So it'll be another round here. Romania, they keep it going. It's going to be 10-6. And this is a round where they keep everybody alive. So they'll have so much money to work with. It's kind of all stacking up, like all the little advantages right now accumulating for the Romanian squad.
Yeah. This is, at least for my books, feeling like we're getting towards the beginning of the end here. I mean, Serbia, bar that 5-0 start, everything is very rapidly slipped out of their control, and again, so much credit has to be given to just how strong Romania look. They looked great when we saw them last year, and there's no denying it. They were a side who, on the big stage, in front of the home crowd, they were exciting to watch, playing great, consistent Counter-Strike, and I mean, they were a really, really cool team. And I'm glad that they've come back and been able to make a decent showing. Of course, they made it to the playoffs. They were on the stage. I think they finished in that kind of 5th to 8th bracket. And in the end, they ended up actually losing to Sweden, in all fairness, who went the whole distance. So we can give them a bit of the benefit of the doubt there in that one.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, Sweden fielded a fantastic lineup last go around. Hopefully they'll be able to muster the same here, defend the title. Yeah. Be cool to see them on in Riyadh. And at this rate, Romania joining them. Serbia need to absolutely dig deep to find a way into this, and I just don't know. I really don't know if they got anything about them. I really
Don't know if there's anything in the locker for things to change here.
If there is, we're not seeing it, not yet. Gotta have some sick recovery in the back pocket here. 45 seconds. Smoke up, and just as they've thrown their own smoke out, so they have to run in front of it. Raga ready, and that grenade could be pretty lethal. Going to be flashed around the corner. There is an easy pickup for 7kick. He knows there's more people in there. He does make a little bit of an involuntary jump, so you hate to see that happening, but there's still only 25 seconds. The bomb is in the middle, making its way forward, and it's kind of scary here. Cello in the back. Now the bomb is lost for a second, and it will be again. I think that was the last chance they had to get this round back. Cello, I don't know how he's getting these shots. It doesn't look like he's even getting the flick. Like, to me, it just kind of looks like he's shooting into the air, kind of near somebody, and it just connects anyway. It's actually sick.
Zello, he's just such a ridiculous style of play. It's one of those where it's so flashy and it's so fun to watch. It isn't replicable for the average player, and that's the thing. Zello is not an average player. He is well above. I mean, it's so quick, his reactions. They need to find a way to shut this guy down. They can't. The tag isn't bad though. 7kick gonna take a leg. There's one stuck in towards head spotted. You cannot give Zello a pixel. You can't. He will delete you every day of the week. Another map in which he's just on unstoppable form. 20-9 he finds himself right now. I mean, what can you do?
Yeah, not much seems to be the answer. Tragically for the Serbian side, they do answer back and take down Raga at the very least here, and Cello's going to get dropped. Okay. Waiting around a little bit here and getting rewarded for it. It's about time. It might even be almost too late here, but at least they're having a bit of a reply. Flash over. Molotov here to try and see if he can really slow them down. BTN. I don't know. There was a chance. If he hits that headshot right away, he turns it into a 2 versus 2. So not a bad attempt, I'd say, for him. But this should be the round for Serbia.
Yeah, it should be. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't. I don't think 7kick's really even going to attempt anything. Not in a 1v3. Potentially, he could be thinking about an exit frag or something along those lines, but we're not going too outlandish, are we? There's just no point. Keep hold of the AWP. Drop it over to the big man. Let him cook next round. Simple as. And the good thing for Romania, yes, Serbia found a round, but they've still got enough money in the back pocket so they buy back in. They've kept the AWP alive, or at least they should do. The hope is that they do. He will have to potentially cross double doors, which is the slightly worrying thing. I think he realizes how treacherous that actually is. On the other side, Serbia, do we need to hunt? No, not really. We actually don't have enough money on that side to be super comfortable in the hunt for Serbia, so they smartly make the decision of falling away themselves. Zello does a good job of giving themselves something, but the responses are pretty clean. A swing from Kindo. As a fellow warper himself, he knows exactly what to do. 7 rounds. It's 4 behind. It's doable. It's tough, though. And they really have no room for error, Serbia. They can't afford to make any sort of mistakes. If they do, Romania get ever closer. If not, close out the map, the series.
Yeah, that's what's on the menu at the moment here. Nice little Molotov boost. It's a classic and ancient strategy being pulled out here. Boost up on catwalk, and sometimes the T's just aren't ready for it. Bit of a strange fight with 2 people spraying through the smoke. I wonder if Collins realized there were 2 people there, because it looked like he sort of tried to peek looking for the second player, and in fact got met by the first. It's Kindo to go down, but 7kick gets 1 in return. Still a 2 versus 3, and I think smartly, you fall away from that middle. You don't want to give it up. You're the only defense at this bomb site.
Joyce flashed himself over. Molotov to catch a CT player in rotation. They're looking for him. Head spotted. A tough angle hitting up like that. Chicago going to get an important kill, and the Molotov will bank to try and deny a cross on towards the site, and it for the most part should. It's a very decent one. Dragon's got a tough job here. I actually think 7kick should make his way up towards short. Slowly, but start pushing his way forward. Dragon, not confident in the plant just yet. Has no idea where Chicago has gone. He will plant safe. 7kick playing his sweet time as well. Now he can make a move. He knows he's over towards site. Up Xbox he goes. And they're going to try moving together, but from different angles here, Romania.
Yeah, question of timing right now. Dragon already spotted out. Head just showing, and he does take down Chicago. That's a good start. Seven Kick does not have any grenades either. This is winnable. Oh, he throws out the pistol to try and fake it out, pretending it's a flashbang or a decoy or something, but it does not work out. Seven Kick gets him instead. Even without the kit, he's going to have enough time to win the round here. And that's Romania now at 12.
And 1 round away from just showcasing what was a near immaculate series after Romania. There's been very few small hiccups, but for the most part, a clean series out from them. Yeah. Zello, ever impressive. Another guy that I want to kind of shout out, hasn't really got that much love because he's not normally there for the numbers, I say. But I think BTN's calling a really good game. He's completely just understood how Serbia play, deciphered the code of kind of their setups, and they just can't seem to find ways to break down the Romanian defense. They're always adapting on the fly, and a lot of that comes down to individuals like BTN, who's calling really well. Long door smoke comes through. That'll deny, probably for the most part, the bulk of the long control. And he jumps down. Thinks there's someone lower, but he'll find out sooner rather than later. No one's here.
A couple of shots there, but no connection with anyone on the other side. So, a bit of a freeze here. BTN peeked. He does get the headshot on the first, but they still will trade favorably on the catwalk position, and that's fine enough. Cello is here. That's the easiest shot of his life. 3 versus 3 as he takes down Dragon. And the rest of them don't really want to run at him. They're like, oh, okay, if he's going to be there, well, let's try and go somewhere else. He's already rotated out of there anyway. The smoke fades. I don't think 7 Kick realized that was going to happen. Now it's the FAMAS up close, and Choiv is already a little bit low. Let's see, they come back for it. Cello's in position, and now it's Choiv to try and hold on to this whole series in a 1 versus 2 with no health at all. What a terrible position to be in.
An experienced man has to show it here. The other side, 100 HP, armor, no head armor, I guess, for Raga. But, oh, he actually does tag him and still doesn't kill him. Choiv, he is lucky to still be alive, and he's going to get towards A. Molotov will come down for a CT rotate. That's going to give him some coverage here. Raga takes a bit of damage himself. Oh, and he gets him on a jumping shot as well. He was aiming nowhere near, but that is actually the blessing and the curse in some ways of those jumping shots, as the bullets go nowhere near where you're aiming. And in that instance, it actually worked for him. Romania, what a series, though. 5-0 down they were towards Dust 2, their map pick, and the recovery was beautiful. Only then allowing a couple more rounds from the Serbian side just showcases how solid Romania are. And I think, Anders, am I right in saying they've booked their spot now to the Audience
I believe so. Yeah, it's super impressive stuff. Really well done. I think a great display for anyone, you know, who hasn't seen Cello play before. This is really like a classic situation for him. He does it a lot, and it's really cool. It's really fun to watch. So, yeah, I want to see him play on LAN again. He's just a kind of a lights out player. Serbia, I still think they're a good team. I still think they've got some really respectable individuals, but something about it just didn't click today. There was something that just didn't really work out. So, yeah, I mean, you can have those kind of days, but obviously when they're on important qualification days like today, it's just sad to see that they're not able to put it together a little bit more.
Yeah, I know you're spot on. When you've also got players, you know, Jakarta had a real nice couple of moments on the rifle, and I think when you've got players like that who can single-handedly take over a round, and Romania have got a couple of them, which makes them so scary, they absolutely have to be a team that you can just never sleep on. Yeah, what a showing. I think it's the way we've got to put it. Like we said, 5-0 for Serbia, things started. Then Romania put on a bit of a comeback. They recovered massively, put up a 6-0 half. And at that point, we were kind of saying already, maybe Serbia have actually lost their chance here. They were 5-0 up, and they should have closed out this first half with the bare minimum a lead, but it should have been a comfortable lead, and they just lost control of the tempo.
Yeah, unfortunately, they did. I mean, I think that also kind of speaks to the fact that they just weren't feeling 100%. Maybe, you know, not to blame Raga, because he played really well at the start, but maybe they just had like a slightly different chemistry today than they did some of the other days. And that kind of, you know, that was part of the explanation too. But either way, didn't work out for them this time. For Romania, it's just all fun and games here. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Cello's going to steal most of the attention away, but the rest of the team played really well. I think it's true as well. BTN, definitely great calling. He's a pretty experienced leader, so, you know, not too surprising, but still, it's a good job.
It was, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I like what I've sort of seen there from Romania. They're a side who I actually feel like they could potentially level up on towards land as well. We got to see them. They looked good last year. They just, unfortunately, they met Sweden. What can you do? Sweden didn't drop a map all the way until that grand final. That's just how good the Swedish side were. They were flawless in the groups, flawless in the playoffs until they met Germany in that final. What can you do if you're Romania? They gave it a good shot in front of the home crowd, and they still, impressed all of us. So in Riyadh, the hope is that they can once again do a similar thing. Get out of groups, get in towards the playoff, get on the big stage, and again, showcase that this is a side who are here to play. Nexus last year, 2023, they played the most maps out of anybody in the Counter-Strike scene, no matter what level you're at, just showing how insane their grind is. I think I worked it out. They were averaging, it was like 1.6 maps a day of Counter-Strike.
Okay.
When you consider we have 2 different months of player breaks, we have holidays here, there, and here. They were playing near enough every tournament under the sun. They were averaging, I think, as well, per month, there was like 5 different tournaments. They were going from like the same day playing a best 3 in one tournament, playing another. These guys are grinders. I have to give so much respect to their work ethic, and it pays off. So a really good victory out from them. We are going to throw this into a break. We have a little bit of an extended break, in all fairness, before we get in towards our second game. We have about over an hour. We're starting at 7 p.m. UK time, 8 p.m. on the continent. I think it's CEST, I think is what we're on right now, or CST. What it is in Europe. We have Portugal take it on Kosovo. This one as well should be a heater. So yeah, we'll take a break and we'll see you guys there. Hello, welcome back. That was a pretty extensive break, but I think it just shows basically just how good Romania were. They were on fire in that previous series. A lovely quick 2-0 over Serbia, and just showcasing actually how good some of those individuals are. Zello is a man possessed, a bit of a beast in all fairness. We're now going to be jumping over towards the West European quals for our final best of 3 of the day. We were just over in the east side of things, concluded there, and now we'll jump on over to the west. We've got a bit of a banger. We've got Kosovo taking on Portugal. Now, we've already caught up with Kosovo, looked very clean. Portugal, this will be our first time watching them, but it's a region ripe with Counter-Strike action.
Yeah, it is. There are a lot of really good Portuguese players. I don't know how we missed this team. I feel like we covered almost everybody. But yeah, Kosovo surprisingly were really solid. So I expect that we're going to see more like extreme confidence coming out of them. I don't know. Do you have a strong sense of how this is going to go down? I mean, I think if I hadn't seen the results from Kosovo, I would have said Portugal instantly. But I'm not so sure anymore.
It's tough to call. I actually think Portugal as a region is pretty cool. The difference is Kosovo are a bit more of a team. From my understanding, Portugal aren't currently. These guys from Portugal have mixed together in the past, and all of them at some point have played together because it's a relatively small scene. More often than not, you're kind of stuck within more or less 3 teams. If you're in Portugal, you're either in SOAR, obviously the heaviest hitters, the top guys in that Iberian region. Then you've got For the Win, who are kind of just a little bit below. And then you've got Rhino, who are maybe kind of a bit more kind of middle of the ground tier 2. And then off the back of that, there's not a huge amount of teams in the Portuguese region that are consistently playing at that kind of top, or at least tier 2, regular, that kind of vibe. Rhino are pretty good. I'll give them credit. They're actually a fairly decent tier 2. They've been around for years. FTW, I casted them again towards Pro League, being the first Portuguese side ever to make it to Pro League. That was back for Conference 16. And then obviously SOAR, we've seen how good they've been this year. So we know the region's really good. I just don't know how much this Team Portugal side have actually played together as in terms of strats and how heavy it is. Where at least we know over towards Kosovo, they are 4 out of 5 of these guys play under the Suspect. And then of course Debo comes in as that 5th on this team, and Debo's a real talent over there as well. And they came through a qualifier, so they have played together. They played semi recently, and they should know the semi-deep strat book at least to work with there.
Okay, that's interesting to think about. I look forward to seeing how this is going to be playing out. They've got the Kosovo team up first. If you're unfamiliar with what they look like and how they play, you're going to get a chance to get familiar right here. Anyone in particular we should be looking for on this one?
Yeah, I would say Debo, personally. He's always the guy I'll highlight. I've cast this guy multiple times in the past. He's someone I've known for a couple of years now. Caught him in on the X for a while, they were called, and they went to Team Blink. Both of those, both of the teams look very good. He's just a kind of an aggro rifler, does his job, very good role player when he needs to be, can anchor sights very strongly on that CT side. On the T side, he gets very active. For me, he's always the player I'll look towards personally. On this side, I think he's very, very solid, very reliable. More often than not, puts up some decent numbers. When we cast him the other day as well, Bledard looked okay as well. Yeah. Haven't caught too much of him, but I say he looked pretty decent. But Debo's probably the name I'll always throw out. He's the only one actually of this side who's not currently on the Suspect. If I'm right in saying he's a bit more of a stand-in here, but for being a stand-in, always looks solid, always looks reliable. So yeah, I'll throw Debo's name in the hat. Okay.
Good for people who are unfamiliar with some of the local heroes here. If they are, just nice to have someone you look forward to. Yeah, I think the team has played above most people's expectations. Just a region that's a little bit less represented internationally, but they've done a great job here. And we'll see the other lineup from Portugal as well. They are, again, like you said, a region, in spite of being smaller than a lot of the other European countries, they still have fielded a lot of international players, like over the years, just, since the beginning of CSGO, basically. So, yeah, I expect that these guys are going to be pretty interesting. Yeah, we got much longer names.
I got you. Rafa, Nopij, Icarus, Agil, and Aragorn. These guys are sick. Honestly, I think name value-wise, I'd maybe even put Portugal a little bit above Kosovo coming in towards this one. Okay. I mean, there's a few names that I'll just throw out there for basically people who maybe aren't too aware. Agil, very solid rifler, played on teams like Rhino, For the Win, which is where I caught him in the past. Exploit as well. He looked pretty decent towards them. Then there's Rafa. Rafa's been honestly, he's been around for quite a while. He's kind of roster hopped quite a bit, in all fairness, around that Iberian region, but playing on the FTW for a little bit as well. GTZ Bulls he played for a bit as well, and then Saw and Saw's academy side too. So he's another guy. And then the last one I'll throw out is somebody who actually stepped out of the Portuguese scene and he went international, playing on the Team Secret, is Nopij. Nopij is super talented. He's a very aggro rifler, very, very good. I think this kind of head-to-head between like him and Debo is something to keep an eye on, but Nopij was recently playing on the Team Secret. I think they actually kind of folded that team as a whole, but he's really talented. Played for the win before, Offset, Giants, those kind of teams, and somebody to definitely keep an eye out for. Nopij is crisp as hell when he gets going.
Nice. Well, that's kind of I think, the enjoyment of IESF is, just getting to learn so many of the names you don't recognize normally. You maybe don't see them at the big tournaments, at least for now, but some of them I bet you do in the future. And, this might be the first time that you get a chance to really spot them out. So I think that's really cool. I enjoy that. Of course, it is another best of 3. So we've got some videos coming up for you in a couple of seconds as well. Curious which maps they're going to end up playing. I enjoyed that Last Us 2, even if it didn't deliver that third map, but I still think I just like watching the map right now. It's kind of fresh again in my mind.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have the veto for you. So let's take a look at this one. What are we going to get? Are we going to get the Vertigo? Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, it's going to be out of the question here. We get the Dust 2, we get the Anubis, we get the Ancient. Nothing too out of the ordinary here.
Oh, it is the classic, mostly sort of huggy map pool. I guess Anubis maybe not quite so much, but still a kind of map that everyone has agreed on. They want to play it, they want to get good at it, so it's in there. We've seen a lot of Anubis so far in the European qualifier, both the east and west side of the European qualifier. So not too surprising to see it here once again. But we'll start with Dust 2. I don't know if you had to make a strong pick here. You still leaning with Portugal after the veto?
It's tough because I actually, I love Kosovo in terms of some of the players that have come through that region. And obviously I've got some friends there as well. Shout out one time for Rigo, who helped me kind of prep for this side. And I know a decent amount about Kosovo because of her and them. But I just think this Portuguese side is so scary. A lot of these guys on this Portuguese roster have actually played decent lands in the past as well. Even some of them making their way towards the likes of Pro League, for example. I mean, they've played top level Counter-Strike in tier 2 for so long, where I just haven't seen that out from Kosovo. They occasionally make runs in qualifiers for tier 2 tournaments, but don't make the tier 2 tournaments themselves. But I mean, this Portuguese roster and some of these players, they have been in and around probably some of the biggest tier 2 tournaments that we've had, even in this year, 2023 and 2022 as well. And they've just been around consistently at that sort of mid to high level. So that for me, I feel like they just decide who probably have maybe a little bit of a higher ceiling. It's actually just more about the floor. I think at times they just don't show up to play, and it can be really tough. Where we just know we learned our lesson, right, from B&E, just how scary this region are when it comes to Counter-Strike. They're relentlessly aggressive. If they get confident, they're so difficult to stop. So it's a real battle of the mindsets. Portugal will try and slow this down. They're going to try and play this to their tempo. They're going to try and bait in a lot of fights out from Kosovo. Kosovo will be aggressive. They'll get up in their face. They'll try and rely quite heavily on the mechanics, which bails them out in a lot of situations. I just want to see how they respond when things don't go well. So it's tough to call. I think maybe I might ever so slightly lean in favor of Portugal, but I feel kind of like I'm betraying people there a little bit because I do love Kosovo quite a lot. But I think just the Portuguese roster, name value wise, have a lot to give.
It's interesting. I mean, another potential factor that I think we saw play out in the last game, where it felt like Serbia just kind of came into the match a little bit too cold. I mean, that's another big thing when you are when you're playing these best of 3 games. Like, can you start off well? Can you get off to a nice run at the beginning, or is it going to be like a slow kind of recovery situation? So we'll find it out once we get into it. But definitely curious to see if we're going to be watching 2 teams that are both warmed up, that feel super ready. They had time. They obviously knew that the game was going to be played here, and they should be coming in focused and strong on this one. So a bit of a coin flip for me. I get a sense that it could be like all 3 maps. Just I think both countries here are going to be represented pretty well. I think they're going to be some good players in the mix. So I wouldn't be opposed to that. I think it's good fun, and we get to see Ancient at the end if we get there. So a map that everyone kind of enjoys. Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, we found so many teams. We got the last straggling teams that can just make it over the finish line here for the qualifier. But There aren't many spots left at this point in time. So I'm happy that so far I think my favorite team to watch probably the Turkish team. Although I do fear that it's going to be a different lineup that actually makes the LAN. But I'm still happy to see Turkey represented. I think they were really cool.
Let's be honest. The World Esports Championships, it does overlap with Group B of the EU RMR. So
yeah.
Eternal Fire should be there. So we might not see Mocadia. Sangalov looked really good as well.
True.
There's a world in which they could even potentially make it to the RMR, at least the close quals of the RMR, if they do well there. Qualifiers have been very successful for them recently. They just got a Pro League spot by running through the lower bracket all the way, from right at the start of the lower bracket, all the way to getting that one spot Pro League through it, which is just incredible from them. And they ended up winning the entirety of ESL Challenger League, which is crazy, doing that all the way through the lower bracket, having to play, I think, like 3 more best of 3s than anybody coming through the upper bracket. Which is pretty sick. Just shows how good these guys are being against such a variety of opponents and some decent opponents too. There was teams like Saw thrown in the mix, for example, the upper echelon tier 2 team. So there is a world in which it might be a different team. That's true. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. The good news about this game though is there isn't actually too much pressure because both of these sides are both qualified. That's the main thing. They've both made it to the World Esports Championships. This is now about seeding to see where they'll go.
Nice.
You do want your preferential seeding. We know how important it is getting a nice early start, or being maybe seen as the pot 1 in your group, being the quote unquote the favorite team in your group, so you know that the other teams potentially might be a little bit of a lesser level, so you can potentially get a couple of quote unquote free wins, we call them, in those groups. That could get you to the playoffs. That could get you confident in towards this tournament. That happened to Sweden obviously last year. They got a very decent group, and it did help them spiral and work up very, very well. So maybe that's the case, and this is why it's still important to play out these games and to see who finishes where. I mean, I'm looking at Group C now from last year where Sweden were in, and they had teams like Mauritius, who didn't really do all too much, unfortunately, Guatemala, Belgium, who struggled, and then Australia, who was a little bit of a weaker Australian side, and of course, and Poland, who were fairly strong back then. So they were in a group where it was so top heavy in their favorite. And then, like I said, they didn't drop a map all the way up until the grand finals itself. Oh, no, actually, no, they didn't drop a map all the way through. Never mind. I'm looking at it now. They didn't drop a single map all the way through that entire tournament because they did 2-0 Germany in the finals. So Sweden they were unstoppable. And having a positive seeding off the back of the qualifiers and coming in towards the groups and all the rest really, really does help. And it really can give you a lot. And they finished second overall in that qualifier. Denmark, actually, funnily enough, are the ones that finished first. But that just shows just how good it can be.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, I think seeding games are definitely it's difficult because at the point when you play them, you don't necessarily know how important they can be. But you should always play them as if though they have a huge impact, because sometimes they do. Like sometimes you realize, oh man, if we'd seeded differently, we would have been missing out on, or we would have missed like a really tough opponent, and we could have played a little bit of an easier start. So here we go. We are into it. Kosovo playing Portugal. It's a best of 3, and we start off on the first map, which is on Dust 2. It's going to be Kosovo starting on the T side, and Portugal, they're going to be playing the CT side.
Yeah, and just as well, we'll keep some tabs on it, but at the same time, this one's playing out. Czech Republic and Germany are also playing too. Of course, both of those sides have qualified, so again, similar sort of vibes here, where it's all for seeding and the rest. This one, not a good start for Hyperius. No Peach, that man's keep your eyes on. We'll find that first. He's pretty crisp, but Debo on the other side, we'll throw the guy's name out every time. He'll open up B. They don't spot anything, but they don't have a smoke for the door, so they're going to have to fight out control here. At least bomb goes down.
You mentioned it earlier. Notoriously, one of the hardest bomb sites to retake here at the B bomb site on Dust 2, but they do have a 1-man advantage. No grenades left to be thrown on either side, so it's going to be down to the raw mechanics of it. Starts well enough, and Agile is going to be coming on with 3 big headshots. I can't believe he did that. And now it's a 1 versus 3. And Debo, sure, he might be good, but I doubt he can do much here to stop this defuse from coming through. Okay, they're missing a little bit. That's going to maybe help out Debo. He wants to run for it, but it's all the way in the corner. It's Icarus to take down Debo, and Portugal to win this opening pistol.
Good start. Good retake. I think the one thing that makes Kosovo's life so difficult there in that post-one is just the lack of smoke. If they had a smoke, honestly, I think they could probably see that off. That B site is so difficult to retake if they had the proper util there, but unfortunately, they didn't. So credit to Portugal starting well. It's not an easy side to retake, as we know, especially when the statistics show us exactly that. But a bomb plant is good, so it means a buy can come through for Kosovo. Debo, who started well in that pistol, a couple of kills to his name, gets an AK out, a scout, and a couple of MAC-10s as well to round it all out. Portugal, much better buy for them though. Firepower looks pretty clean. Rifles, MP9s. The only thing I do want to keep an eye on is just the slight lack of util on that CT side. If they're forced into retake, it could be a little dicey.
Yeah, that's a good point. Especially on a map like this too, where those last grenades could be real important when you're trying to defuse that bomb. Way in the back, they actually have a Molotov. This could be kind of interesting. They could be applying a lot of pressure onto Napij at the back here. Going to be setting up the traditional smokes. Flash on out. Let's see if they get the grenade back here against him. No grenade needed. My God. They run on the bomb side. I would even say you save this right now if you're on the Portuguese side. I don't think it's worth going for 5 versus 3. If you want to sacrifice the MP9, you can, but again, like, it is not a winnable round here. And it wasn't even necessarily the Molotov that did anything. It was just basically strong headshots, especially the first one. AK to take down that back plateau player. Not bad.
Yeah. I'll give him his credit. He continues to be Chris. Nice shot there as well. 1 foot. Demented to kickstart his tally. Rafa could get some spicy exits. Oh, so labored, and he won't. Another B hit, which finds success, and maybe time as well for Portugal to look into this and say that needs to be potentially a bit of a priority for us. Clean up that B control, see if we can make something like that work a little bit stronger, because we can't allow Kosovo to keep running out until that site, get a bomb down, and give themselves that sort of coverage. And we saw Portugal needed a retake to work in their favor. They lost the opening fight, and they just didn't have the util to work with. Not enough flashes or Molotovs to give them, you know, those favorable fights. And in that instance, it absolutely cost them. That's where there is that sort of, it's a pick your poison type situation of, do we prefer better util or better firepower? And they opted for the second, and it was actually costly in that specific situation. More often than not, firepower alone is enough. But sadly, that one is the one time where they would have liked just a couple more flashes to help them out.
Yeah, and also, you know, if you don't actually get to throw any of it either, you know, I don't think they got any counter grenades even out. They got wrecked so quickly. So unfortunate. Round number 3 here, and I like this little push into the middle. Again, they have so limited weapons on the CT side that you have to try and make up for that fact by doing something that is unexpected here. Should be able to get the first one, especially because he switches to the knife to run back. So Kaylee's going to be dead. I still think this round's very winnable for Kosovo. 4 versus 5, and they should be able to make the crossover and get the bomb planted here. Rafa just in the smoke, thinking about it, would love to power through and get a kill or two, but for now, they've been delayed, and the bomb is definitely planted. Yeah,
and this is good. Honestly, Kosovo are playing some quick but effective Counter-Strike. Dabo's nade delivers, catches Icarus in that smoke, and I think that's probably going to be it. Hyper will get one more. Rafa will fall, tapping away. Again, honestly, in this M4, there's no point losing it. If you can get a couple of fights at the end, that's nice, but I don't think it's worth risking potentially dropping it over. This round's done. Nicely done as well. It has to be said. Pretty simple stuff. And but I'll even get one more at the tail end. Aragon falls. It won't be the worst thing in the world to lose. Kosovo, take a lead. These last 2 rounds have looked pretty clean in terms of execution. They've now found gaps to both at the A site and the B site, which is sort of exactly what we want to see. So solid stuff. Also to mention as well, because you've got Icarus in the server, but originally the side were playing with PR, who another guy who's been around for a while in the scene. He's been playing since, you know, deep into kind of the Go days. So, you know, I'm wondering kind of maybe why he's not in, but Icarus coming through as a substitute. I mean, just see what this guy can do. I don't think I've actually casted him before as well. So a bit of a newer face for me.
I love the fact in that last round that Kosovo, as soon as they lost Kaylee in the lower dark position, they immediately went long. Like, there was no real delay in making that call. That's typically a good sign of a team that's kind of aggressive, ready to go when the opportunity is there. And yeah, that's what they did. Agile going down at the start. That's a MAC-10 versus an M4. Yeah, he would love to upgrade that and keep them busy. Swings for it again. Now he's just preoccupying them. The bomb's getting planted on the other side. So again, even if he dies here, sure, they get the M4 back, but ultimately the round has already been won here. by the Kosovo side. So 3-1 in their favor to begin with. It's just such a solid start. It's good. They haven't even had to put that much work in. Maybe you could argue in the second round it was, that's probably where they did. But for the rest, it's been pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it has. And I think the big thing we have to look at is this next round out from Portugal. It's one in which has to be successful. I mean, there's no kind of two ways about it. I think if Portugal allow Kosovo to keep just running away around at the end, that's when things get a little dicey. A pop flash came over from Portugal as they tried to fight out deep long. Doesn't work in their favor. Icarus keeps the M4 alive. That's okay for them. They've got money to buy in towards this next. While it is a 3-1 start, the main thing for me is just seeing that we're seeing how good Kosovo can be. I was a little concerned that name value-wise alone, Portugal could bring just pure kind of firepower to this, but it's not been the case. I mean, this is the thing where Kosovo are an actual team, where Portugal maybe are a little bit more of a mix. It seems like the structure towards Kosovo so far is the real strong maker for them. It's a nice shot. Okay. What a shot, in all fairness, by Kaylee.
Fun feature of the map, obviously, you get the long spawn like that, and very often you're going to try and do it, but he runs into Rafa in the middle, and it will be Kaylee to go down on that one. Wasn't even ready to fight, just wanted to make the crossing. Dabo, that's a very, very sweet kill. That actually opens up everything, but the bomb is on the other side, so they might just wait and see if there's going to be a rotation happening. They're not running the bomb back to the middle, so they kind of still want to go for it, just give it a delay. Flash in the middle. I think this is up to Rafa to see how much he could do. Sneaking on in there right in front. He's going to get the one, but he can't make it out of the corner. So, interesting. They had the A bomb side the whole time, and they still go for B. And I think that's actually, again, a sign that they are very confident here on the Kosovo side. They're not just saying, oh, we've got the A bomb side. Let's run across the map with the bomb and hope that we can get there without getting picked off. Say, no, let's just wait. Let them rotate out of the B bomb side, which they did. And then let's hit that instead.
And the exits will be good. Not going to happen. Bledot, nice couple of shots he's having, in all fairness, in these last couple of rounds. I mean, the last one was just a pop flash when he was saving his gun. But his orb's looking good. And it's good to see him. I mean, last time we caught Kosovo, Bledot had a pretty decent game. It was him and Debo who were really lighting things up. And I'm glad to see his orb continuing to look crisp as. 4-1, though. This is damning. It's pretty bad for Portugal at the moment. They're in a tough spot where, again, they come back into this next round with not a lot, but they do opt to do maybe a little bit of an overinvestment. It's kind of a crazy decision. They've gone down to like 1k. I know they have loss bonus, but it still feels wild. Debo will double down regardless. Question is, does he expect the third? He might not. Oh, he does. Debo, good reaction. Debo's got 4.
Oh, my God.
I'll continue to sing his praises every time. That's why.
That was very well done. Just especially the spray control at the end. Not necessarily that easy. Could have been traded. They would have still won the round, but Rapige gonna get shot in the back one way or another. It's a flawless round here. No ace for Devo, but we'll sing his praises anyway. He's 9-1 at the moment here. Kosovo making it a 5-1 scoreline. Again, being T-side. With this amount of money, they have an absurd amount of cash going into the next round, and it's only going to get better from here on out. They have so much to work with, and Portugal, think of how many rounds they need to win in a row to get rid of the money on the T side here.
Absolutely, and we are actually now getting to a potential awkward spot where we have to look at this and say, for Kosovo right now, they may have already done enough on a T side, generally speaking, if this was just the N7-5, but obviously it's not, right? We expect more rounds coming through from Kosovo because that's how clean the Counter-Strike has been. If things continue at this rate, they could be in trouble. No, Page will double down. Icarus can only get 1. And Hyper is on for a big flank. This is pretty huge. The ruse, the fakes being sold. As long as Bledor doesn't do anything too audacious, this could be smart. They go back and double check doors and they don't spot anything. So that position from Hyper is very strong right now.
Yeah, it's nicely done so far. Hyper up to him to get a kill and survive. Bledard, I think, just has to live for as long as he can. It's about the player in the middle here. Little smoke up might actually buy a little bit of space for him to work with. There's Hyper-E getting the one kill. He sees him on the other side of the corner. Oh, Rafa, that would have been a deadly kill for Hyper-E if he could have picked it up. But yeah, the AWP on the Portuguese side will survive. And it's a pretty good round out of him. It'll be finally a second round for Portugal.
Well, I'm liking what I see. I think for Portugal, just having a retake of that strength is good. They just have the numbers, I think, is the main thing. Nice little, little jump there from Aguil.
Yeah.
Pretty smart. Just above the smoke and then tracks him through. Portugal needed that. And they don't only just need that, they need that and some. They need to start chaining a few rounds together. I would like to see them get maybe 2 more in a row, make it 5-4. Then, no matter how the half ends, I don't think they're going to be too upset about it. However, any less, and that's where things can get a little bit concerning. That odd? The edge of that smoke, he doesn't burn in the molly because he's just playing in the kind of that little gap between the both of them. Buys up both ways. Double AWP has been pretty popular for Portugal. Not always had the most success, but I like the idea, and Dust 2 is a good map for it.
Yeah, and they were in some trouble as well, so it's kind of not that crazy, I think, to try and reach for something that can change the pace of the game a little bit. You get a couple of rounds with a double AWP, and it's a lot more manageable. Almost saw the shoulder then. The Molotov not going to touch him, so he'll stick around back here hoping for more. But it is catwalk control for Kosovo. Ooh, big opportunity there. Could have got the kill against Kaylee, who was just, you know, feeling that out. But this is where the double AWP becomes a little bit interesting too, right? Because they know there's an AWP at the A-bomb site. They might not know about the second one. So if they make a rotation, it doesn't look like they will. In fact, it looks like they're going straight towards that long position where they can guess the AWP's probably going to be. Nice grenade here to start with a little bit of damage going the way of Kosovo. But now the smokes are up towards catwalk, towards the middle. And what a shot from Demento. I can't believe it. He's deleted Rafa.
Okay, that's kind of ridiculous. Aguil and Aragon backside. Debo will respond in kind. Pre-fires on towards Houston. He's actually got the right idea with it. They will just cross. Aguil takes a lot of damage too. Bomb should go down. Onto the hands of Debo. 3v3. And all three for Portugal are going to rotate up via short. This is still on the cards.
They do not have a kit. I don't know if there's one on the ground somewhere, but for the minute, they don't have one of those. No grenades on the T side either to slow them down with, so they might be able to run on here, but unless there's a kit on the side, they need to be quick with a Debo. Oh my god, just an absolute human laser. Gonna be a 1 versus 1, and Bledard will take down the Pige. And that will mean Kosovo get another round. And Debo, like, his time to kill is almost 0. It's so lightning fast.
12-3. 12-3. There's something quite satisfying as well about just highlighting someone before a game, saying, oh, this guy's pretty good. And then he actually showcases exactly why. The worst thing is saying, like, oh, this guy's sick. And then he just has, like, an off day.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Debo, very few off days is generally kind of the gist I've got of him. When we caught them the other day, similar thing, pretty crisp. And no surprises to see Portugal going in for attack pause. I think a real conversation has to be had for them. They're struggling right now. I'm not 100% sure if they've got a coach on their side helping out. I know some of the teams do have coaches who are kind of watching and helping and preparing and all the rest. But yeah, for Portugal, you've got Kosovo already up towards 6. A fairly strong chance of potentially even extending that further because it's a half buy in all honesty here. We got AWP, M4, MP9, and then 2 upgraded pistols, but it's on over investment. Everybody's staying sort of in and around about $1,000, but with loss bonus of 3.4, you can buy back in next round. It's fine. I don't hate this call to a buy, but it's not the strongest. And Kosovo, again, could just win it on pure firepower alone.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a interesting spot where, I mean, we could easily see at this rate Kosovo go to what, bare minimum 8.
That is what it feels like at the moment. I mean, it's kind of all lined up for them here. They got a couple of players that are playing out of this world. Bit of a technical timeout. I think Kosovo running into an issue. Hopefully nothing that they can't resolve fairly quickly and get us back into the game. But I must say, yeah, Debo's lived up to the hype at the moment. You're right. Sometimes you do try and highlight a player in, and they're having like a little bit of an on-off day, and you're like, oh, okay, like I tried, you know. But he's living up to the hype at the moment, no question about it.
Yeah, for sure. We have a little tech issue, you hate to say it, But yeah.
Yeah, apparently
Just-
the internet is having a bit of a hiccup for one of the players. So, yeah, give them some time to get back online, get everything up and running. It is obviously more fun that way. Yeah, I don't know if don't know what the internet's like in Kosovo. I just have no real experience. But
Can I ask? I've got a friend. I'll ask. I'll see. I'm assuming it's pretty good because I know the B&E guys for most of them still live there, and you know a lot of them play online officials. So I think for the most part it's pretty good.
yeah, what a legendary
I'm not sure
lineup.
if you're getting like gigabit internet, but yeah, and true, very true. What a team! At least most of them have sort of found their feet. A few of them have gone into the breach, so I've seen them kind of come to UK Counter-Strike. Obviously, Rigon just joined Big.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of that move. Pardon the pun, but you know, Rigon is somebody who started in the German scene. A lot of people don't know this. People think he got his. I mean, obviously, his name value was really made at B&E, but he started in Germany. You know, Swiss, German speaking. That's where a lot of his early experience came from. And I was talking to a friend about this move not long ago because I should have asked, but I was because most Swiss people you either speak French or you speak German, depending on kind of what part of Switzerland you live in.
true.
And I was wondering, and I was saying, well, Rigon being Swiss, he has a chance to join one. Like, is he going to join? Is it like we were joking? Like, is it going to be 3D Max or Big? Where does he go? Like, depending on what language he speaks. And hey, in all fairness, the Big decision I think is good. It's a good upgrade. I don't think Process is ready for tier 1, in my opinion, just yet. He's good player, but just when you get Rigon, who's a direct upgrade like that, I think it's a cool signing.
I think Rigon has something else that is kind of hard to find, even amongst good players. Is that it's like that kind of playmaking ability. Like sometimes you need someone who will go into like the bad fights and just kind of do it and just say, I'll take one for the team and try and open this up and probably gonna die, but I'll essentially try and manufacture an opportunity for the team to win the round here. I think Rigon is the kind of player who can do that. So I think those are the kind of things that sometimes will just be needed. So you know, having a better player is not always like, you know, if they are like a really passive player, might be mechanically better or something, but sometimes that's not the only thing that matters.
Yeah, it's true. So we'll chill. I think we're probably going to throw this one to a break. It seems like this might be a little while. So rather than us rambling, waffling, we'll throw it to a break. Actually, maybe. Hang on.
We'll see.
We're about
Maybe.
to throw it to a break. We're getting some word that there might be an update potentially.
Yeah, guessing at the same time we're kind of half communicating with the teams to make sure that they are ready. They say 1 more minute. You know what? I think we should give them it. Let's have them have another minute. Yeah, frustrating experience, but also I think a kind of a familiar one when you're playing online Counter-Strike. Sometimes it'll happen. So yeah, it is what it is. But it sounds like they could be back on the server again.
Hey, there we go. Time is ticking, so no break needed.
Good job.
Let's go. 6-2. Internet is fine for Kosovo now, so we can get back underway. Will it start well? It will, of course. Bledard, his AWP has been hitting some pretty clean shots and a nice opener for this one, especially against the AWP on the other side in this sort of half-buy situation that Portugal have got.
Yeah. Well, hopefully the break got Portugal to kind of wake up a little bit. I say that, but Blair out in the middle. Second kill for him. Going to give them a very, very nice 5 versus 3 to work with.
Ooh, nice shot from Aragorn. Needs a second. He tries to catch him through the door. It's ambitious. Couple of taps, and now things become super difficult. Smoke down door, a Molotov in towards window, and actually somebody holding. Look at this. Bledard holding for rotates coming through tunnels. This is the perfect hold. It should be next to impossible to even give this retake a go. And I think Portugal realize that. And I don't think they are. They've picked up the AWP again. They've still got the M4 and the MP9. Honestly, fellas, just save.
Yeah, that might just be the better choice here, unfortunately. It sucks because saving when you are already this far behind just feels kind of weird. Doesn't feel like a good thing at all, does it? But it's too far ticked. They'll get the kill on the Debo. That's something to work with. Icarus probably would love to have run up and picked up the AK there, but for now, he's going to have to just deal with this 3-on-3 at the end, and I don't think they're going to be fighting many more kills. So 7-2. Kosovo, a little break there. Didn't really cost them a lot in terms of the momentum. They are right back in the saddle.
This is such a good start. I mean, this is looking very akin to what we had out in our previous series, where Romania on this map looks so clean. That one ended 13-5 off the top of my head as well. And the way Kosovo are playing, it could be a similar style of scoreline. Super easy, super clean, and I'm really enjoying what I see out from them. I think as well for Portugal, next couple of rounds are so important to them if they want to make this a stable half. This one in particular, another buy coming back through. They saved enough with the AWP and the M4. They have to make this round work. Debo reacts up, and Debo hits the shot. That's not an easy one as well, and he'll still deliver. Hope you're going to get caught by Rafa, who gets two, catching Demento in no man's land. So Kosovo down a man here, but they still got the site itself.
Pige gonna get dropped 3 versus 3 now. Rafa kind of being shown, yeah, we know that someone could be there. He's gonna throw out a grenade himself, so now they definitely know either way. Bomb should be planted, and a potentially tough retake coming in here. Yeah, they've decided to walk away from lower dark, so Rafa's gonna join the rest of the team to try and retake it from outside of the bomb site. They've got no flashbangs. Sure, they have a Molotov. I don't think that's usually going to make a big difference here. I think the flashes were really going to get you through. Failed grenade to start with. Again, maybe not a big deal. They just needed 1 or 2 flashbangs here to run into the bomb site with. They don't have it, and I doubt they're going to be able to make it in. I actually like the attempt to jump in there for Aragon, but at the end of the day, what does it matter? They are just too low on health. They don't have the grenades for it. It's going to be an 8-2 as Kosovo just continue their rampage.
Yeah, this is so clean. Kosovo cannot be stopped. A really nice couple of individual fights taken that are so important. Debo getting that first one towards the box is not easy. Bledard's AWP gets a really clean shot as well. Super, super simple stuff. And Portugal, they're in a worrying spot. Already, up towards 8 rounds now for Kosovo. I don't really know if this is recoverable. Even if it was to go sort of 8-4, it potentially might even actually be too outlandish. This is the T side. It's tough. It's really tough. Portugal for them, at least they have a bye. That's a small silver lining, but any more for any more? I'm not too sure.
Was out here, but there's nobody on their side. It's going to be the B bomb site tested once again. The Pige back here in so much trouble, but you know what? Well done. The flashbang setup. If they would have kept pushing, I think if they would have committed to that fight there on the Kosovo side, they probably win that fight. They probably trade out a Pige, and it's another bomb plant, but they'd only sent in 1 player, so interesting stuff here.
Aragon dropping. Yeah, I'm going to say, if he drops down, he gives away a super strong position, thankfully. Not to be. Bledard again. He seems to be always good for one. And he doesn't do anything too audacious. They're coming to him. Anti-flash here. This is really good. Kelly could get a chance at the flash pops. Oh, eternity trades. That's fine. That's all Kelly had to do. Numbers stay the same. And the general anecdote is that trades benefit the T side.
Oh, where did the bullet go? Rafa, it looked like he was straight on it. Hyperion still go down. Agile coming in from top mid. The bomb is on the one side. They've got Kaylee kind of working on the other side, but the truth is, all of this probably comes down to whether or not the Pige can land this shot. Pistols out. Bledard, if he finds him in the corner with a headshot, it's game on once again. And they're going to get the bomb plant. He's creeping on in, but it doesn't work out. Yeah, and no chance now. So finally, another round here for the Portuguese. It's about time, as they are pretty far behind.
Yeah, they are. I think 4 is absolutely needed. Anything less, if it goes 9-3, for example, I still think that feels slightly unrecoverable. If potentially Demento had found that fight there and not fallen and it kept the numbers, maybe we could have talked about that round going the way of Kosovo, because they could have taken short control, but they sort of opt against it. They rotate back towards B and they just get plucked off. Too late in towards the round, the bomb falls, and that is that. Hot flash. Actually, no aggro long control taken by Portugal. That's an interesting decision. Most teams really hard fight out for long. In this instance, Portugal opting to give Kosovo the control, hope they hear some noise, and then pop flash in for the fight, like there. But no one's here. So Kosovo haven't fallen for the bait.
Lellard, pretty good at picking up the kills in the middle so far. Round number 12 here, it's actually some wild spray from Kaylee. I mean, that was all over the place, but it doesn't matter. They're going to get the middle kill as well. Split out, taking out Icarus. And a 5 versus 3 before anything is even really happening here. For Portugal, it's a bit of a nightmare. He sees the gun barrel and is going to get the shot easily enough, but he knows they're going to be coming for him. Nice grenade on top. My God, no Pige. That's how you do it. Picks up another one. And now one shot away from getting the ace here. It's Debo just hiding. Oh, he wants it so bad. What an insane sequence coming out here. Trying to see if he could save his country at the moment. He's got the AK out instead. He's hiding in the corner, and Debo has no reason to suspect this. Going to be a grenade landing, and the ace has been picked up. Nopige with an absolute masterclass at the end.
Wow. Nopige. Good stuff. I mean, he's such a talent, Nopige. Going in towards the international scene, playing on Team Secret. When he plays properly, he's super, super strong. And also as well, he's playing some pretty tough roles, right? Anchoring towards the B side, one of the hardest sides to play. That is masterfully played. Ice the fights brilliantly. I think Kosovo arguably also played that quite poorly as well. They gave him way too many opportunities. They should have overwhelmed when he had that orb, and they didn't. So 8-4. It's okay. I'm still not sold even remotely just yet. Needs to be a miraculous recovery still. With a pistol round here for Portugal on the T side. Get a force by 2 as well. Then maybe we're having a little conversation. But I'm still pretty high on the copium over towards Kosovo and what has been a very strong first half.
Yeah, I'm tempted to agree. Here we go in the middle. Trade, Kaylee for Nopige. 4 versus 4, but Dementa comes in with a long range headshot there. It's not going to be too bad. They'll keep trading their way forward, leaving just Rafa alone and Hyperi. No reason to pick this. Just wait for some sort of a crossfire to be set up here. He's done a little bit of damage. And now as the backup is there, he's going to go for it once again. So great job, Kosovo, to win the pistol on the second half. And that puts them very close to a victory here.
Yeah, bit by bit, moment by moment, they're getting ever closer. And I think, honestly, deserved in a sense. I mean, Kosovo, the way in which they've been going about these rounds are super clean. Portugal is looking, I don't know, that's going to be just Rafa on his own forcing in here. Yeah, it is. Slightly interesting. Just Rafa and that scout. Gets a tag, though, to get the first. Spots another going in towards lower. That's known information. And B9 going to try and bait in a fight. It's not the easiest position when they overwhelm like that. Only going 1 for 1. Might not be enough. Thankfully, it's still just Glocks for the most part.
Okay, get a little bit of a cleanup in the middle here. No real issue. Question of when and not if Nopige is going to get run down. Oh, they're not even slow. They're not even trying to hide the fact that they're coming in saying, yeah, whatever. You just don't have the bullets. And we're going to take you down. Kosovo. At the same level of confidence as last time when we saw them. It's been really cool. Like, they just... Once they have you in a tight spot, once they feel like, you know, you're running out a little bit low on confidence, it's like they just ramp up their aggression even more. Which I love. I think it's great to see.
I don't know. There's many more chances. You know, we're looking at Portugal now. I think they've potentially got 2 full buys left in them. And that's to stay alive. The Peach had a pretty decent game. That's realistically about it. Rafa gets another tag on the door cross. He's consistent with those. Oh, it's out towards long. Icarus going to be the first in towards the fight, and he will get it. Dementa gets absolutely clipped, but Debo doubles down. No way he's going to walk away with a third. How? How does Debo keep doing it? He is still alive. And he will just get around the corner. No, he doesn't. He couldn't just get around that corner. He already had 5 points of HP. But Debo has given them a chance again with a 3K to his name. It's a tough 1v2 for Hyperi. They are tagged, though.
2 versus 1. There's plenty of time on the clock here for Hyperi to find a way through. But the bomb has been planted here. He's just on the edge of the Molotov. Trying not to show himself. Trying not to take any damage from it. Unfortunately, he had too many angles to cover. And he's going to end up going down. So, an important round. If there is any chance or dream of a comeback here for the Portugal side, yeah, it has to start with this round.
True. I mean, and as well, we have to look at it and say, I don't actually know how clean the buyer's going to look. Yeah, I mean, the 3 out of 5 of them over towards Kosovo had good money. It's just the other 2 that don't. So we get just 2 upgraded pistols. I mean, Blair's got a scout, which in his hands could still be pretty scary. Rafa's looked good on these shots on people crossing, and he might have actually spotted 2 on that cross. There's information there. He's got a couple of hopeful pop shots. Debo, because that clean 3K out towards long gave them a chance, but yeah, it wasn't enough. Portugal, if you win this round here, you get a 6th and probably a 7th too. Maybe, just maybe, game on.
That is kind of the road back, yeah. It's not completely out of the question. Like, they're within the margin of error. The lack of money, rather, on the Kosovo side makes it a lot more doable than it seems, even at a 5-round deficit here. But it's also up to Portugal to kind of come alive a little bit more. Right now, they've got 1 player in Nupige. Obviously, 14 kills. He did have the ace in the first half, so 5 of them are in that 1 round. But him and Jill are playing pretty well. They need more. They need a more well-rounded lineup here. A lot of damage already been taken, and Dementa takes 2 strong kills. Some grenades landing down there at the bottom as well. Rafa not taking too much damage, but it's a 1-man lead for Kosovo.
Be a chance. Dementa, open angle towards long. I don't hate this because you got the support of Bledard out towards ramp 2. He might get flashed. He does. But a smoke might give Bledard a chance. Dementa's got to hit the shot. He does. Aguil will fall. That's going to help. Bledard, even getting body tags here isn't bad. But who needs body tags when he can rip heads? No, Peach gets clipped. Looks for another. Flakes ever so slightly. And Dementa will fall. 1v2's not impossible. But thankfully, Kaylee is there to bail out Arthur. Hyper a little labored. Nearly cost them. Kosovo back to the winning ways. And Portugal, not many more charters. I think force buying here is the right call. They've got to gamble. And I don't hate the decision to gamble in this one.
Yeah, you have to. You've got to. Rafa. Most excellent work here to try and bring it back, but we'll see. 11-5. Bit of a jump. Spots it out. Pretty important to keep track of how many CTs, if any, go down into that lower dark position, but so far it's 0. They're still checking it. They're still making absolutely sure that somebody didn't sneak by, that they just didn't notice, but yeah, you could see Icarus leading the charge here. Gotta go and investigate. Gotta make sure that doesn't happen.
Holding short now. They might get tested. They're actually going to pop flash out door. As we heard, Bledon will get his. The nade could do a decent chunk. Actually, in all fairness, they just dip through the door. Doesn't take a single point. Dementa, fadeaway shot, catches a gill. Nice one. All right, this is looking good. 5v3. Even though Bledon's tagged, this feels unlosable. Debo, it's an unorthodox angle, but they might not clear it properly. Shift walking, head spotted. Now he's a bit exposed, but he hits his shot before falling, which isn't bad.
Definitely not. Dementa gets a kill. Rafa gets one in return. Still a 1 versus 2 after that, and he's so dinked up. How did he live? He's down to 3 health. Oh, and he's going to get found. Bleda just manages to get around the corner there. Not even allowing for the bomb plant. Kosovo now up to 12. Man, they might have been slowed down just a little bit, but they're still doing absolutely great work here.
Yeah, honestly, pretty sick. Just to, again, shout out, you know, the 2 guys that I threw out at the start of this game. Debo, obviously, who I had known of prior. Bledon, who I only really watched in our opening game or earlier one a few days ago, and he impressed me then, but he's impressed again in towards Dust 2. Bledon's looks so confident in himself. Kaylee gets caught. Rafa's got the smoke to play around, so he's going to catch Debo as well. Rafa's actually played that very well, and he still holds the cross. So he might potentially get another fight here. There he is. Dementa still sticking around. He'll drop a smoke, thankfully, so that'll force Rafa away. But his job might be done in this one single-handedly. Just those couple of kills. Waiting
for that smoke to be gone. And they're going to try and power their way through. Hyperi at the back. Good spray down with the Galil. It's enough to get those couple of kills landed up in the window. That obviously makes it a lot more doable. And now it's Agil on his own. Oh, he does get the headshot. That's not bad. Still a chance here. 1 versus 1. Dementor coming in all the way from that T-spawn position. And actually, Agil's decided, I'm not even going to try and go for the bomb plant. And again, very often in these 1 versus 1s, if you're on the T side, it might actually be better to do this because you might still not know where Dementor is, but also he no longer knows where you're going to be. So it does even out the information war a little bit there. Bomb planted way out in the open. I like this from Agil so far. Dementor, when is he going to realize? Ooh, still, maybe? That took him a second there, but I think he's honed in on it. He does have the smoke in the kit, though. That makes it really, really dangerous. If he gets up onto the plateau of the bomb site, it could be hard, even with the AK, to sort of swing out and just trust that you're getting the shots. We'll see. He's walked the whole way here. And Agil now, he's going to start to come back and say, okay, you know what? I feel a bit uncomfortable there. Smoke is up on top. He's going to try and see if he can blow it on open. That might be a way to do it. Oh, it's right there, and he spots it out. He made absolutely sure. That was sick.
Okay. This is potential of where Portugal can start chaining a few together to give themselves a chance. Rafa does really well to start things off. That retake's really good. But all in all, the fact that Kosovo even got to a position of getting on the bomb there with a smoke on top of it, in itself, is just showing how they're never out of these rounds. But the old combo of the nade and the spam on car is pretty sick. 12-6. At least for Portugal, they've got that bit of saving grace where it's forced by back in for Kosovo, but it's not the cleanest of. But they're getting proactive. This is the right way to play this. If you are Kosovo, you don't have the best buy, try and do something a little audacious. Icarus and Rafa combine. One apiece. Hyper trades back. Still not an impossible round.
Road back now. It feels really long. Just back to the wall here. But at least they have that advantage. Kaylee moving up. It looked like he wanted to peek the corner, and he will. Hyperi's getting a kill as well. Suddenly, it's man advantage for Kosovo. The bomb is down, sure. So the clock's running against him. Nice couple of shots coming out of him, Aragon. He's going to be able to take down Debo as well, and Hyperi will fall next. So it looks like the round is secured here for Portugal, but man, it's not easy. There's nothing to celebrate in these rounds. Like, you're winning them, but just barely.
If Kaylee had a kit, honestly, that round potentially is on. They're actually going for an aggro X here. Rafa, yeah, he's so low. He had to go out this... Well, he didn't have to go out this way, but he does go out this way. And he had to actually get somewhat far enough away because of that bomb radius. So he sort of has to swing there because he's decided to exit CT. Nothing saved, but at least a round gained for Portugal. Decent exits. Kosovo will take those every day of the week, but it will be all they really have to work with in this next round. That's the issue. They did force in that one. Doesn't go too successfully in the sense of the round itself. Yes, they get the exits, but the round was never in consideration. They do have enough, though, to buy in. Scout, we're going to tag on towards Bledard. Rafa continues to be an absolute nuisance with it. And I think Bledard might need to give him a little bit of respect in that one and say, fair enough, that's your domain.
Round number 20. Portugal need 5 more rounds after this. It's 5 rounds with no mistakes, no hiccups, no allowing Kosovo to have a little bit of an edge here because Kosovo team are playing super good at the moment. Bledard with 20 kills, Debo with 18. They've got a lot going on for them. Nice damage at the start of it against the scout in the middle. Hyperi going to be trying to go for a little bit here. He's got some backup up on the high ground. And oh my god, the collapse onto the middle works so well. They stick around maybe a while longer than they needed to. And Apige going to be able to take a kill in return and make it a 2-on-2. But I still love the initiative here from the CT side, right? That's one of those rounds where sometimes people just end up playing really boring Counter-Strike because it's like, oh, we don't have anything to play with. But they are going for it on the Kosovo side.
Yeah, whether it's for better or for worse, they're relentlessly aggressive. Nice shot. Nice reaction from Debo. Rounds on here. 30 seconds. Icarus, how are we going to make this work for us? They now know who each other are. Debo, shift walking. He's dancing with the devil, and Debo going to see it off. Another really decent clutch at the end. A 1v2, and Debo once again just showcases prowess. What a game for the individuals, though, in that one. Debo looked clean. Bledod on anything of a scope looked incredible. Actually, the MP9, too, he looked very solid with. But, I mean, for Kosovo, their entire game plan, the play style in that series was super, super solid. Caught a bit of a masterclass in that one. The idea about how to break down Portugal worked wonderfully. And that Dust 2 was, for the most part, super clean.
Yeah, it truly was. Yeah, again, the same level of confidence in their play here from Kosovo that we've seen earlier, and it just makes it super enjoyable to watch. I really like it. I really like watching them play. Sometimes the confidence can go back to bite you. You're fighting a little bit longer than you should be, but I would still rather that than the opposite, where people sort of are doubting and second guessing themselves and saying, "Oh, let's try and play carefully," and then there's not enough time, and you're like, there's none of that right now. They're supremely confident, really cool to watch. Bledod, Debo, Dementor as well for a while. Like, they had three out of 5 players that were playing, I think, a really high level game. Yeah, exactly. And even right in saying, I think Dementor caused this team as well. So impressive in that instance. But such a decent showing from this Kosovo side as a whole. And I think for Portugal, they really need to go back to the drawing board coming in towards map number 2. And I think, how are we going to find kind of success going forward? You got maps like Anubis coming up, which can be potential. And even if we get towards that map 3, I look at it and say, for Portugal, they still, at least in the raw individuals, maybe haven't showcased. They've got all that there. Generally speaking, the idea coming in towards this sort of a game is that Kosovo's game plan would be better because there are 4 to 5 played together. I think Debo has played with these guys in the past, not too long ago. So they'll know how to play as a 5 very comfortably. Whereas Portugal are a little bit more of a mix. A lot of these guys are spread across the variety of Portuguese sides that are out there. So is there... Yeah, I mean, is their game plan there? Maybe not. So they have to really find some success when their individuals come alive and all the rest. So yeah, it is something that I just never saw happen. We saw Napij have a good couple of rounds. I think Rafa with the scout looks super scary, but did he get the numbers to back it up? Maybe not as well. I think his ADR looks pretty good, but the numbers themselves maybe not so much. Weird situation where for Portugal, I think it's a tough spot they put themselves in because I don't know if they know how to beat Kosovo just yet. It's super hard when you're playing against an opponent that just has no fear of you. They're just playing as if though they're gonna run you over. They're gonna take every fight, and yeah, you maybe especially if you want for the game to slow down, you want to sort of like say, okay, let's play a decent game at the start of it. Let's be respectful, and your opponent is kind of like tumbling through and hitting great shots. So I don't know. Like, we'll see if the break is going to be helping them out. Hopefully it will. Portugal, they're down a map, but we do have obviously more coming up. I think Anubis is the second map. So we'll get to that once we go through the break. Stay tuned. I'll be right back.
Well, what a showing out from Kosovo. Looked really clean in towards that dust 2 all the way through. And now we have to see whether they can continue it heading in towards map number 2. It's Anubis coming up next. And for Portugal, we just didn't really see enough out from the Manders.
We didn't. Some individual showings here or there, but definitely Kosovo coming into with a different pace, different level of confidence, and individuals that just were a little bit sharper this time around. So quite curious to see how it'll play out now. I think a change in map can make a big difference. So I don't want to rule Portugal out of this one, but certainly they have to have had a little bit of a serious conversation in between the two maps here, and come back in just a lot fresher. Like, yeah. I don't know, it's not easy to remind yourself, but you have to be aware that like the Kosovo team are going to be super aggressive, and they're not going to respect anything. Like, they'll try and take any advantage, really. So yeah, you just got to be ready somehow. Yeah,
absolutely. I think for Portugal, we have to try and find a new way to approach this. I don't think they can beat them in heads-up aim duels. You got individuals like, Blenard on the AWP, who looked clean as all hell. Debo on those rifles, constantly walking away with like 1 or 2 kills per round. And I think because of situations like that, Portugal have to find a new way to approach this. They have to break them down, sort of, I guess, systematically. But the issue is that because this is more or less a full team over towards Kosovo, I think they have the better system. They have an understanding. They play off each other well. The synergy, cohesion, all the buzzwords we like to use for how good this team actually is showcased. So that's the thing that worries me. I don't actually know if Portugal, so far from what we've seen, they can compete in head-to-head duels. Maybe not as much. Can they compete as a team? Again, maybe not so much. So this might just be a complete mismatch for them. I mean, like we said, the positive thing is they've already qualified. That is all that matters for us. But you do want to get a win cleanly, better seeding, and all the rest.
Oh, yeah. No question about it. Kosovo going to be starting on the T side this time. Portugal, CT side. We've got a lot of people running towards the A-bomb side. Great flashes around the corner. It's Hyperi to start off with. Katie does go down. But Icarus, you need to do a lot better than that. You need to get at least one more kill in here. The backup is actually there. And Icarus, fine job. He stayed alive and he got the double kill. I think that's perfectly respectable. Bomb is going to be planted here. So half the job's kind of done for the Kosovo team. Now they need to win the 2v3 if they want to win the round. Not easy at all. What a crazy jump down. It's now Bledard reloading the clock and trying to get back around the corner. Nopige and Rafix are coming for him as well. So let's see if it's going to be any kind of a defuse happening here. They tapped it once and ooh, they find him right at the end. All right, decent retake. I think Icarus getting those 2 kills there was absolutely huge.
Yeah, and I think now this is where things can look okay because it makes there's more onus on this next round, probably the way I put it. But it is going to be a force buyout from Kosovo. They've got a bomb plant. They've got a couple of kills to walk away from, so it is okay. It's at least a strong enough spot where we can sit semi-comfortably here for Portugal. You find a force buy, you take 2, then probably 3, and then we are looking at an okay little spot. You lose the force buy, however, and it is still going to be Kosovo, then getting the early start on towards the T side well and effective and this, that, and the other. So let's see. I'm going to tentatively hold my breath for this one because we do see the Glils come out. We see those Tech 9s, which can be uber scary, and a decent amount of Uto as well.
Classic boost to try and look over. You can tell there are no CTs on the other side, but sometimes that's all you need. One little trick, get you into the round. A lot of pressure on Portugal for this first one. Even if they won the pistol, if you lose this next one, it puts you in such an awkward position. In terms of the setup here, we've got 2 towards A. I guess technically, Adula is kind of playing A and mid. And then 3 towards the B bomb site. So let's see where Kosovo decide to go. Flashing away, putting a bit of pressure on middle. And that's actually drawing a couple of people back from the CT side. So that weakens the B defense an enormous amount. Aragon is now the only one here, but it looks like it's the right call. I think Portugal are somewhat well positioned on the map. Again, they're forward at the A-bomb site, so they're going to have the early information of what's happening. If they can win the fight, it's even better. Oh, and they certainly can. Icarus, I don't know how, but they must have stacked up right in front of him. That's really well done.
All right. MP9 going to double down for a Gil at the end. Okay. This is what Portugal needed. They had to make the early rounds seriously stick for them. And now the fact that they have, this is where we can start to gain a little bit of confidence. This is good. We have a 2-0 start, probably a 3-0 start as well for them. Portugal on their map pick, starting strong, looking strong as well in terms of their individuals. And this is the exact sort of thing that we needed out from this Portuguese side. For Kosovo, it's not the end of the world. It's not the most damning thing. Maybe it needs to be a little bit careful not to let things sort of slip away too early. That's kind of what happened to Portugal in reverse.
Yes.
So to say. But, yeah, all in all, this is okay. I don't think you can be too worried just yet, but this is what Portugal needs.
Oh, yeah. To recover from the first map, you get in here, you start pretty strong, and you'll have a bit of fun in the middle, and just keep this going. Devo and Hyperi alone, and not for long, taking down Icarus, having a fine time of it. So, a third round. Portugal, they pick it up. Now, Kosovo are finally going to have their first sort of real buy here coming out. AWP in the hands of Bledart. He was lights out on the first map, so expect him to do more of the same here. And AKs for everybody else. Portuguese, they survive with 1 MP9 and 1 Galil. A bit of a bonus round situation. I don't think it really matters. I think it's fine to have these kind of weapons carried on over into these rounds. Should be okay.
I agree. You see, yeah, that AWP having the advantage at range is going to be a big thing to keep an eye on. Debo gets double naded to start off this one. That's unfortunate. He's had a little bit of a slower start compared to his electric start on Dust 2. Yeah, the double nade to be falling early really does suck.
Just a bit of a standstill here. They really want to test this A-bomb site. In spite of that, Icarus has stood up to every test they've thrown at him so far. Again, this could be one of those sort of lack of respect situations where you say, well, we have a plan and we're going to break you at some point, like where you're going to end up losing. But the incendiary is amazing. Counter flashes probably should have worked there. Kaylee, he was very flashed, but they still get the kill. Aragon, are they hearing it? They're not, but they still win it. Agile gets a double kill, and that's probably the thing that saves Portugal here. 2 versus 2, about 45 seconds left. They're running the bomb back, and that's after throwing the Molotov here, just to keep some people on the bomb site. That's working, so at a minimum, it should be a bomb plant, but with the kind of health they have left here on the Kosovo side, who knows?
Molotov will come down to give Demento a bit of coverage. It's doable. That AWP, yes, both of them are so low, 19 points of HP combined. It's still one of those where there's a chance just because that AWP in play could be the difference maker. There's a long flank coming through, and both of them are in this sort of direction as well. Time is ticking, though, for Portugal. Not a hell of a lot left of it.
This flank is so long. I don't know if I'm enjoying it. I feel like they might have already given up and just said, okay, that's it. That's a bit curious. Maybe this is, to be honest, but they might not know how low both those players are on the T side. They might not have an accurate read. So maybe they just set up and said, okay, if we get a kill, if somebody sort of swings on us in the middle, we know it's 2 versus 1, we fight, but otherwise we're gonna give it up.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, otherwise, like I was gonna say, like I think for Icarus, he looked like he was seconds away from defending that bomb site again. Like,
yeah, I wonder why the call isn't to give it a go, because the way I look at it as well is Portugal have plenty of money. It's not like they're dropping anything super, outlandish or whatever, right? It was just rifles for them to potentially lose. So I don't know, quite an interesting one for me. But yeah, in the end, I guess it's not going to make too big a difference.
no. I think it's still early enough on that it's going to be fine. Grenade around the corner. I don't know how that shot misses, but the rest of the rifles are going to be doing fine. Aragon with the double kill. Rafa having a bit of a tough time in landing any of these AWP shots back here, but, it doesn't matter. The rest of his team has done all the work, so in a sense, staying alive back there, even if he only got the 1 kill at the end here, it did fine. It kind of worked out for them at the end. They're going to win the round. They're going to upgrade 3 AKs on top of the AWP that they saved. So Portugal, there's a huge round in their favor. They only lose 1 player, and they don't even allow the bomb plant to go down.
All right.
Not bad.
Yeah, I am actually kind of curious now for on the other side, I guess, for Kosovo, about how much prep do they have on this map as a team? Is this a little bit of a weaker one? Because there's a lot of gaps that are opening up on this T side where it's not sticking, I think, the way they would hope for it to be. Portugal, they are actually playing this quite simple, where it's relatively puggy in the way they're approaching, and it's working. And sometimes that is the way to approach it. Can I fight fire with fire? Because Kosovo are such an aggressive team, you can actually afford to be a little bit aggressive. You can afford to get up in their face and make them feel uncomfortable. And this feels like it is what we're seeing here. Bit of a stack is something that worries me, but to the wrong side.
Again, they've tried so many times with this A-bomb side. I guess it worked in that one round, but it was close, right? They're going to try and do it again. This time, there's no real opposition at the start of it, so they don't run straight into Icarus, who's been playing the forward position over here. This time, he's a little bit further back, so that might allow for the bomb to go down a little bit quicker this time. But the bomb is actually quite far away, so for now, awkwardly, Kosovo are just kind of fighting without any chance to get the bomb planted here. Debo gets one good kill, ready for more, but it's not going to happen, and now it is a 2 versus 3, and I say that is just as they get the kill there. Now the bomb's finally here. They picked it up. See if they can actually go for the bomb plant. They're going to try, but already Kaylee gets shut down before the bomb plant happens. Now it's Bledard with the AWP, but the problem is the time here. 1 versus 1. Napij steps out. Oh, it's a scary moment, but neither player hits the shot there. Not enough to get the kill anyway. A little bit of a wallbang attempted, and it's Napij to get the headshot at the end, saving his team. I don't know. I feel like Napij is fighting a lot for there not being that much time left, but whatever. It got the job done.
Yeah. It's I think the big thing is the bomb tries to go down and the deny coming through. That's the big one. They had the site itself, Kosovo, and they're just a little tentative, I think, is the issue that we see for them. Your bomb trying to go down. It's that kill there from Icarus. The second that bomb goes down, Blenner's got too much to do, and he has no idea until it's too late about where that last guy's coming through. And then you're taking pop shots, hoping, and all the rest. 5-1. Very, very solid. And unfortunately, that bomb plant is so important for Kosovo. And the fact that they don't get it makes this round so difficult for them. You know, they don't really have the guns to work with. They still just need to prioritize on step 1, which is getting that bomb in the post plant. And then we can look towards step 2 and 3 of fighting in the post plant, winning it, etc., etc. Tech pause taken. At the very least, a little bit of a breather that is super needed because, I mean, Kosovo, they're struggling at this point. We get towards maybe 6 already, and we could be in trouble.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way at the moment here. I'm getting a little bit nervous for them. They're also going to keep hitting their head against the wall over at that same bomb site. Would love to have seen them try to do a little bit more towards the middle of the map and see if they could have some success with that. Actually, surprisingly, this round has actually worked out way better than anyone expected. So, yeah, more power to them. Going to be a 3 versus 2 with the bomb about to go down. I can't believe it.
Yeah, you know that age-old saying, if it is broke, keep trying it again and again until it fixes itself. This is kind of what we had with this continued push on towards this site. I don't think we're giving this a go here. I mean, they're kind of moving in, but yeah, at this point, it's too late. Debo, nice shot. Yes, gifted it. Aragon or 4. And the last man, I know Peach holding 4 exits. What it is, not to be.
Every other time we've been casting Anubis, we've made a point of saying that it's a very T-sided map. So if the CT side even gets 4 rounds or so, it's probably pretty good. They're up to 5 now in Portugal. So, in spite of giving up this round, which is a little bit frustrating, I think they're still in a nice spot right now. Yeah, theoretically, if they know how to play the map, switching in the second half, they should be able to win quite a few rounds. Kosovo, this has to be the beginning of a bit of a roll. I think that they probably need to win the remaining rounds at this point.
Yes, no, you are right. It's an interesting spot we're in now for Portugal, which I don't think, no matter how the rest of this team, I mean, even if Kosovo were even to get up towards 7, they potentially might not be overly worried because a lot of teams, the hard preparation comes from that T side. Smoke did miss there from Kosovo. No, it was a flash that missed it. Banked back off just the corner of the wall. Kaylee snuck out the smoke. That is such a ballsy move, and it worked. Only goes 1 for 1. No, Pige, he'll double down, and backside, Aguil's here to bail him out. Dementor and Debo Got to do it all. A double needed for the two players here, and it might be just a little too tough. Dementa's left now all alone. 1v2, not impossible.
It looked for a minute like Debo was going to hit that second shot there. He's actually so lightning fast. Thinking of sneaking through his Dementa, but he's got to be careful. Oh, pre-firing into the corner. Now they know where he is. And now they can double peek him. Yeah, that was always going to happen. Kind of maybe gave up the element of surprise himself. But, yeah, Portugal. Well done. 6-2. They keep it going.
It's been a super solid showing from the seat side. I mean, even then, both Aguil and No Peach in towards our backside doing what's more than enough just to keep themselves afloat, alive, you know, comfy in that situation. Really, really important. 6-2. And yeah, Bai comes through. I mean, Dementa's take a bit of a hit in terms of he can't have as clean of an investment, but the rest of the side, I mean, they have no issues in that sense. Oh, tag. Rafa's a lucky man to still even be alive there.
Yeah, he got beat up a little bit. Agile, a little bit forward. Nobody knows about it. He's going to get the kill, so 4 versus 4. And now another attack towards the B bomb site. It's Kaylee getting that one. Rafa surviving the earlier battle in the middle. It's great news because they get the kill, but the bomb is, again, really far away. It looks like Portugal have just given up on the site. They've just said, all right, whatever. That's kind of interesting given the fact that bomb's not going to be planted for another 5 seconds or so. So, like, it's a really long time. They might even make them think, okay, well, wait a minute. I guess we'll come back and try and retake it anyway if you're going to wait that long.
This is a good angle. Kelly to hold. Is there a flash? There is. Yeah, okay. So Rafa's got a flash that could pop him in, but then the fact that he puts it back away and he parks up, does that make me thinking that they're once again not going to give this a go? We saw that earlier on when they just decided not to even actually give the retake a go. There's the flash comes through. That's a banger. And Icarus and Aguil now thrust Hyperi into a tough 1v3. He is backside, waiting for the swing. He doesn't even get gifted at Icarus. What a reaction from him. And Portugal put up yet another round on the board. A 7th for them is super clean once again. And continued success is coming through for the CT side. Kosovo just cannot seem to see a post-spawn off in their favor.
Some of these rounds are it's so weird how Portugal are winning them, given the fact that that it starts off well enough, I think, for the Kosovo side. The bomb goes down, but still they find a way back. Well played. I mean, honestly, it's very cool to see. Again, I've got to say Icarus with 12, but also Agile with 13-4 at the moment. So the two of them playing an absolutely rock solid game at the moment, and that's probably responsible for a lot of the reason why they are in this position here. Round number 10, and we've got 1 AK and upgraded pistols for the rest. So Kosovo just not in the best state to fight back at the moment, for sure.
Yeah, it's true. It's so much reliance on Hyperi and this rifle to do something. This is tough. 1 minute 15. I think for Kosovo in these sort of rounds, you've just got to, for in my opinion, just relentlessly aggressive, just barrel in somewhere, try and overwhelm. It's a bit of a coin flip, no two ways about it, but I think it gives you a best chance. If you try and default, I just think you just get beaten by, first of all, utility alone, but then secondly, just the firepower itself.
Yeah. Well, they're going to go for it. They've tried this so many times, and I think the success rate's been pretty low, honestly. Again, a little bit of a 2-for-1 trade. They get Agile at the very least. The bomb attempted for a second, but they came off it almost immediately. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it inside of the smoke here. Dementa just wants the extra cash for his team. I don't think they're going to be able to win the round any longer, and he's going to be found by Rafa, so it's an 8-2 scoreline. Again, everything suggesting that Portugal, the map made a difference for them here. They're back after the break. They look much, much stronger. I mean, this really feels like it could be a third map.
I would be so surprised if it's not a third map, Anders. The way this has been so far. Yeah. It has... It's just been super simple. I think it goes without saying that Kosovo, this is not one of the stronger maps in the pool for them currently, or at least if it is meant to be one of their better maps and okay maps, they're not playing like it is. They're constantly on the T side just being pulled apart. I think the big thing is that they lose the opening fights more often than not. They get isolated in a large majority of their engagement, and it's tough. Debo and Bledard will combine. The two big names from that previous map combined for a killer piece. First time in a while, you've actually seen Kosovo with a numbers advantage.
Yeah, and let's see if they can actually maintain it. I still feel like they're having such a hard time converting these type of scenarios here in this particular game into victories, which is weird because it was not even a thought on the first map on Dust 2. It was not even a question of whether or not they were going to power through and find a way to win those rounds. They just did it like it was nothing. But here, there's something about it that just feels a little bit off. And that can obviously slow down the confidence a bit. Suddenly, you're making a little bit more of a slow decision. Molotov is a good idea. Might be some trouble in the back line here, but Aragon, how is he get away with it? How is he alive after that? Now they're going to get him with a grenade finally, but he should have been dead already then. That's very interesting.
Agil might still have a chance here, because he finds the first, and it was an open plant, but isn't to be. Nade flash, he won't clear the close angle, and Hyperi sees it off. Kosovo, a much needed third for them. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but it's better than nothing. If they make it 8-4, it's potentially doable. It is kind of a weird situation where I still think even with 8-4, because it's then Kosovo going towards that CT side, it might not be enough. We do generally see this map as T-sided. Aragorn full blind getting that kill there never should happen. So we can say that as well as playing well, Portugal have also got a really good bit of fortune on their sides.
Yes.
That odds. Just the pixel. He doesn't give himself a lot to work with here. The flash, he pops shots off the back of it and gonna force him off the corner. Rafa's gonna be tested here though. Flash will come over. He gets blinded. He dies. Beautiful shot.
That's a funny kill, you know, just in a moment where it's like he's completely blind, just staring into the distance. Not the most fortunate scenario for him, but still a 3 versus 3 as Aragon will get a kill on the Debo. And plenty of time in the round to see if they can find more here. Bledard, did he see the gun barrel? It kind of felt like he had an idea that someone was going to be there. Oh, he just doesn't get the full kill on him. Pulls out the Tech 9 and we'll be able to close out the deal at the end, but it's getting real scary once again. 2 versus 2. Bomb making its way towards the B bomb site with Napij at a distance. Should be a fight that he just has to back on out of there, but he's going to stick around. He doesn't want to leave the bomb site, so he's being a real nuisance at the moment. Calling in Aragon to try and see if he can help. It's Dementor to get the kill on Napij before Aragon can get there, unfortunately. Didn't light the beacons early enough.
Yeah. 2v1. Oh, it might not be impossible. Gets the first. Does he make the second? Oh! Aragon's going to walk away with both. How has Dementor not traded him there? On the swing. Just cannot hit the shot. And unfortunately, that sort of sums up what has been a really tough map, really tough half in this map out from Kosovo. They've struggled to get these advantages converted. I mean, so many times post-bans haven't gone in their favor. In that instance, the numbers advantage doesn't either. 9-3. I don't know about you, Anders, but this feels like it is setting ourselves up for that third map.
Yeah, it really does. Like, it's hard to say what made the difference here, but obviously some of the individual, I think, on Portugal, especially winning the early fights over at the A-bomb site, made a huge difference. Like, that gave them the money and then maybe a little bit of confidence, too, on the Portuguese side. They are in such a commanding lead at the moment. It's hard to imagine they're going to be able to give this one up, but we'll see. Pistol round is coming your way, and the dualies are up first. It's a quick trade, which is real important here for Portugal if they want to win the pistol. Rafa going to be taking down Dementor, and wow, it's working. Flashbang from Napij sets up Icarus to get the kill, and Bledard and Hyperi are left.
Bledard trying to make a move here. One spotted crossing back pillar, another one on towards the side itself. In this 2 versus 4, it just feels like there's too many bodies to fight, and Icarus and Agil will get the last couple. So only the one casualty, which ultimately makes that pistol just look as dominant as Portugal have been throughout this map. 10 now for them. Kosovo, this is one of the few times wherever you can say, I actually don't even hate the idea on a force buy, because realistically, what have they actually got to lose? They're 10-3 down. And yeah, they actually are going to go for the force buy here. It's one of the few times where I'm like, you know what, fair enough. you need something outlandish if you want to get back into this game anyway.
Yeah, that is definitely true. It's such a long road to even start to consider it here. Pistol. Nice attempt. Like you said, you need something crazy anyway, so why not try and make it around like that? It didn't work out for them. And it's 2 versus 3. Bomb. Going to be planted. They know where both those players are coming from. You could have fought it if you wanted to, but why take the risk? Portugal, why not just get the job done here? I mean, it was one-sided on Dust 2, but it might be even more one-sided here, is the truth of it.
Yeah.
Portugal just relentlessly beating up on them. They're 2 rounds away from winning the map.
It's just been so clean. There really hasn't been a competition. It's just ultimately the truth of the matter. So, yeah, I mean, this is kind of where we've been with this entire game. Ultimately, it's felt like this since midway through the first half, where it just felt like we were, killing time.
Yeah,
it's inevitable. We know what the end is going to be. It feels like, and it's not stopping anytime soon. Agil will get the opener. Demo quick trade with the MP9, but then at range, you just can't compete against an AK-47 when you got an MP9. So Portugal take the numbers in their favor, and now no ability to trade.
Yeah, so they're going to be sat out for a little bit here. Just forced to wait, Kosovo. I do like the fact that they've kind of rotated over on this side, because again, they're down a man. They don't have a lot of utility or weapons or anything, so you probably do need to try and see if you can relocate some troops here and just hope that you're in the right spot. Portugal, I think also smartly, just saying, let's wait. They're probably going to have to take a risk. Now, the risk that they've taken is leaving the B bomb site, but the other risk that they could have taken was to go aggressive somewhere. And that's what Portugal are kind of sitting around and waiting for. They're saying, let's just see if there's going to be some aggressive stuff happening. They've thrown a smoke towards the B bomb site. I don't think anyone was nearby to hear it, but that's kind of the idea. Like, you throw the smoke, you see, are they going to move now? You throw another one. Is anyone moving? Doesn't seem like it. So they're going to get the kill in the middle. There was the movement we were looking for. And they're going to get Hyperion as well. But yeah, Portugal showing great understanding of Counter-Strike. Like, using those grenades to bait out movement for the CT side. And just waiting around and getting the kills. Fantastic.
Yeah. It's super simple, isn't it? Super simple. I mean, all these fights, you can just see that Portugal have got such a better understanding. And this is the thing that we were really asking for them, and saying, can they actually find a way to, as a system, break down Kosovo? And I think both the things that we asked of them, A, do you have the individuals for this? So far, yes. Only one player over towards Kosovo has even cracked in towards double digits. And on the other side, so I mean, we got people like Agil, for example, on 19, Icarus on 18. So we've seen not only the firepower level up in a multitude of many over towards Portugal, but the big thing we said, the system. Is the system there? It is. To enter, he will get the first, but he gets spammed through the door. Kaylee pushes the smoke, however. It's a ballsy play, and he gets the kill.
Okay, then. 3 versus 4. Kosovo would need to embark on a 9-round comeback at this stage to try and get back into it. It can be done, but it's really rare that we get to see this, I feel like. Rafa showing up. Oh my god. This is a round that they were actually kind of losing a little bit, but now all of a sudden, I'm not so sure. He keeps it going. He'll find another kill in the middle. That's 4 for Rafa. How has he done this out of nowhere? He's finally going to get taken down, but he might have just given the map, and he will have 13-3. My god. Portugal just looked like a completely different team for this one.
Yeah, what a showing. What a showing. For Portugal, they really didn't make any mistakes all the way through, where there was a multitude. It's as simple as that, coming through from the Kosovo side. And now it does change the narrative and the conversation heading into that map 3 quite considerably, because we go in now with, first of all, the Kosovo side, who barely even felt like they scratched the surface in towards that, and their confidence might have taken a big hit. The individuals weren't quite there. And it makes you wonder and hope that, they're not just the side who can only play those puggier maps like the Dust 2s, for example, where, maps where you have to maybe play off each other a little bit more, like your Anubis, like your Ancient, for example, could be a bit of a weakness for them. But credit to Portugal, map number 1 wasn't the prettiest. They really didn't offer us a hell of a lot of talking points. They got 7 rounds, but they weren't exactly anything that changed how that game felt at any point. That was a completely different showing, and if they can bring that sort of level, I mean, even if you think about it, the best of what we've seen out from Kosovo and the best of what we've seen out from Portugal, I would say what Portugal showed there might actually be enough, even if we got the best of both in towards that third map.
Yeah, it's possible. Like, I think it was really impressive. Great work put into this game. A lot of really smart decisions along the way. And it's also always good to prove that you can have a bad start to a series, come back again. Like, you're going to go into the third map feeling a hell of a lot better. Kosovo, I would say they executed the first many rounds, especially towards that A-bomb side, with the same level of confidence, just not the same effect. Like, the output was there, like the outcome was super different. So yeah, super well done. Portugal just blazing through this map is so quick. I can't even believe it. I feel like we just got started on Anubis, but it's already over with. So the final map is going to be the real testing ground here for the two teams. I don't know who's going to come out on top of this one. I feel like Kosovo are probably going to come back with the same confidence that they had on map 1 and 2. Like, I think they're just going to try and do more of the same.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think for Portugal, confidence in them is a big thing. And when Kosovo lost it early in towards that game, you can see where that kind of maybe lack of flaw as much of that kind of that skill flaw really came back to bite them a bit. It does change things now. I really don't know. I mean, I from the get-go said I think Portugal might have the advantage, but off the back of map number 1, I was really doubting myself because they didn't look good. And now I guess to a degree, I'm glad I said it, because that showing from Portugal might just be one of those. We've seen it a couple of times in these quals already where map number 1, you just aren't warmed up enough. You just aren't there. It takes you a little bit of time to get into the game and understand how to play against your opponents. And then map 2 and 3, you're able to pull off this reverse sweep because you know what you're coming against. You finally warmed up a little bit. And that's what it felt like for Portugal. They were a different beast in towards map number 2. And I would always say is that fundamentally Anubis and Ancient play more similarly to each other than the likes of Dust 2, for example. So advantage in the core potentially a little bit over towards the side of Portugal. However, I know this is a map that Kosovo do play as a team a little bit as well, so that could potentially help them. But we're gonna have to see. We've got a break coming up before we head in towards that map number 3, but you don't want to miss it. Sit tight. See you soon.
The final map of the day is coming up here. We've got Portugal versus Kosovo, and it's been a bit of a strange experience with Kosovo blazing through the first map. They just looked like they had no respect whatsoever for Portugal, but they certainly do now, because they've lost the second map in an even harder fashion there. That was just very one-sided. Portugal absolutely waking up, and we'll see if the third map is going to be hopefully like a happy medium between these two, so there's a little bit more of an even game. But you never know. I don't know. Like, it could be one or the other team. I think both teams have the power right now to potentially do it. So we'll see what happens when we get into it.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting spot, isn't it? I really don't know what to expect coming in towards this. Kosovo was so good for the most part in towards map number 1. Portugal went lights out in towards map number 2. It's a weird one because I think, like I was saying, I think map 2 and 3 in that Anubis and Ancient are more akin in the way you approach that map than the likes of an Ancient and a Dust 2, so maps 1 and 3. And potentially that could be a bit of a boost over towards Portugal. And it might even just be something as simple as Portugal weren't really warmed up. They weren't, ready and I guess mentally checked in towards the game, in towards Dust 2, and it just caught them off guard. Maybe not even a map they've played all too much as well. It's still relatively new. Some of these smokes and flashbang lineups and setups are a little bit different towards what we saw in towards Go.
Yeah.
So it takes a bit of time to adjust to them, and maybe they just haven't spent enough time. It is, technically still player break currently, and all the rest. So, we'll give them a bit of a silver lining. Ancient's a map that's been in the pool. All these guys have played it a hell of a lot. I mean, we saw in the groups that basically everybody played this map, and that could be the thing here, where we maybe look at this and say, Portugal, we can forget about map number 1. Map number 3 is going to be more like map number 2, and they could actually just be ready to fight here. I said name value wise, I have a lot to give this side.
Yeah, that could. I mean, it could definitely happen. I'm quite curious how this is going to be playing out. Knife round is obviously going to be underway, so we'll find out who gets started on what side. But I don't know, like a lot of individuals really coming alive there. And I mean, if you're like a momentum kind of team, it can be just very, very hard to keep up the momentum when you start to lose, right? Like, it's one thing to be aggressive when you're winning. If you're Kosovo, if you want to make the analogy to Bad News Eagles, I would say some of the worst games they've ever played usually are games where you can just kind of feel like, oh, like they kind of lost the focus a little bit now, or they lost the energy for it. Although famously, obviously, they were really good at recovering it again. Just one round that they win, they were like, we're back, which is great fun. Like, one of the reasons why they're such a fun team to watch. But it sounds like Kosovo have won the knife round, so yeah, we'll see how much of a difference it's going to make. I think more than anything, what's going to make a difference here is just starting off well. Whether you're on the C or the T, like at the T side, on the CT side, just get like a strong start here and feel good about the game.
My assumption would be CT. Yes, most teams actually still, even despite those T side changes, they still prefer to start on that CT side. You feel a little bit more comfortable on Ancient. It gives you more control over the tempo and the pace of the game a little bit in that sense. I can sort of understand it. Portugal grouping up via A main. Shadows betray you here is the big thing.
Yeah, those floodlights are scary. Incendiary goes down, and they're still trying to see if they can push their way through. A lot of trades. And after all of that, we've ended up in a 3 versus 3. But they're not going to slow it down. They want to go, because that smoke is still up towards CT spawn. Bledard is playing in front of it, and they can't really cross that line. Dementor, you got to be careful. Maybe you don't want to go too aggressive here. Yeah, they are a little bit forward once again, and it ends up backfiring. Devo's going to be going down last, and it is Portugal to pick up the pistol round. I think they actually had a decent setup there, Kosovo, where it would have been hard for Portugal to not step into the crossfire, but instead each individual member of Kosovo pushes forward, and suddenly it's not a crossfire, and they actually end up going down.
Yeah, I know. It feels really decent in where they start. Molotov down, fight in and kind of through it, and they get the opening. It was like a 2-for-1 is the opening position.
Yeah.
And then it just slipped away, over fighting, over facing, and that to a degree is Kosovo a little bit. Relentlessly aggressive is the term I use for them, and that was a showing of it. Bledard actually doesn't take as much damage to the nades as I thought he would. Especially the fact that he doesn't have armor either. Only taking 10, but it's a good little chunk across the board there. Everybody bar Dementor takes a fairly decent tag. And it will be Dementor first to fall to the back 10 of Icarus.
No surprise. So a huge stack going on here. They're going to try to get the Galil away. The Molotov will burn them back, so they actually cannot pick up the Galil, which is unfortunate. That would have been the fun weapon to play around with. at the end of the day, it will be a really quick round here. Only one casualty. It's all good.
Yeah. So, it's okay. 2-0 for Portugal. Back into the bye for the Kosovo side. And it does need to be converted. Not as damning as maybe some of these other rounds have been, but for Kosovo, who had a bit of a non-existent showing in towards that previous game, we do actually need to see success out from them early. A much more stable first half to give them the foundation. We didn't see any of that in towards Anubis, and it was a little worrying. Nearly tagged by the Molotov there quite considerably. He comes through. Rafa takes a little bit more as well. Still trying to hold above the smoke, and unfortunately won't be given too much of a luxury. That tag is pretty substantial, but the CT side have mid control now.
Yeah, they do. They don't want to stick around forever, and I think that's largely because they don't have the grenades. I think most teams will stick around as long as they have smokes and Molotovs they can sort of throw towards T-spawn or whatever it is, but when you run out of those, they're actually going to come back with a third player. That's kind of interesting. So, yeah, they double down on it. Again, they don't have the grenade, so it can be very, very hard to hold these positions because you can get sandwiched in. You can see this fight dragging out. Now they're worried about getting shot at the back, and that's exactly what's going to happen. That's why you need those grenades. Actually, great visual for what happens if you don't do it. I guess we should thank them for giving us a little bit of a lesson in Counter-Strike here. Nupige goes down as well, and it is a 4 versus 3. Wow, the kills just keep on coming. There's no slowing this down.
Bomb. Trying to go down, but they've got other ideas. Portugal now in a tough spot. Open back 10 is not exactly the most, orthodox way of approaching this sort of round. What do we do? 20 seconds? Gifting a kill over is not the first bit of advice I would give over. And they're going to play Bogdan's Law. Mac 10 going to try and lead things over. That's not a bad way to do it. I like the approach. The Bogdan's Law is smart. Orp given over towards Icarus as Rafa flies into the fight. They were playing, one was playing anti-backside. No flash ever came. They just contacted it. Overfighting a little bit, Portugal, but they've converted a bonus round. That's massive.
Yeah, not bad at all. Rafa just finding him in the corner there. 3-0, and like you said, it's a bonus round as well. So you're going to have a really great time moving forward. Quite a bit of money that's going to be built up because this round, they shouldn't lose too many. There is armor and deagles and even an MP9 there, so it's still potentially a dangerous round, but you should be winning it. I say that as they're losing players left and right. Renee comes through, but it doesn't matter. Blenard's going to hit the headshot, and suddenly they're in so much trouble here. 1 versus 4. How did this happen? It was going so well for them. They had this round locked down, or they should have had this round locked down, but now it's all out of their control.
Sometimes it just takes something a little random, a little weird. No Peach will get his. But he gets flanked. Oh my god, a little labored, but we get there in the end. Good round, really good round to take. And for Kosovo, they may have lost to the bonus, but they win the more or less eco. Bit of a lower buy as they knew they were going to buy towards the next. So a really big one to be taken out of nowhere completely. Picked up weapons, utilized them. Super simple. 3-0. Turn now 3-1. And it means that Portugal, with them losing against that, basically no buy, have a really weird buy themselves. Rafa gets out an orb, an AK for Icarus, and then it peters out pretty quickly. Galil, double tech 9. The orb gets tagged. Bledar needs to get out of there. He takes a lot of damage. He tried to go aggro. Thankfully, he gets a Molotov down, and he won't overextend. He'll fall all the way back.
Yeah, I think having that incendiary to just slow down the incoming T side. Otherwise, they might have just kept on running. They might have tried to see if they could really beat him to it. Now he's way back towards that T spawn or CT spawn position, so doesn't want to get anywhere near them. Just wants to kill before anyone else shows up, and then they can always go for the retake if they need that. Oh, but he's smoked off before he even gets a chance at it. So could be a bit of a tricky retake. Kaylee making it a lot more possible, but the return kill is there almost immediately. I don't think Kaylee had any head armor, so even the Galil just kind of popped him open there. 3-1, and in a 4-on-4 situation here, with the bomb planted already, this could be a potentially quite a difficult retake for Kosovo. A lot of damage being output right now, but this donut position is just so strong. There are so many T's in here. How do you get rid of them? Agile's taking headshots left and right, and it leaves 2 people alive on the Kosovo side. Nice grenade, and they're going to try and see if they get the defuse inside of the smoke while Bledart's holding it. He misses the shot, and they get the kill right through. No one's defusing now. Agile at the end with 2 more kills. Make it a quad for him, and Portugal, they will win the round.
Oh, kill force. He was half a second, and maybe he would have been out of there, but not to be. Either way, all that Portugal care about is getting the round, and this sort of back and forth is pretty cool. The low and the weird sort of rounds that we saw. I mean, this is exactly what we kind of need out from these 2 sides, where they're relentlessly fighting each other on these fronts. And for Portugal, who are happy to pug against them, it's not always the best way of approaching. Oh my, that could have been clean for Kosovo, but a couple of labor sprays let them down.
And again, it's a bomb plant. Lupige in an exceedingly powerful position, whether it's the player that's coming through here, Hyperion, or it's the other 2 coming out of the cave. Lupige's position is just really, really annoying to them. They have 1 Molotov, 1 smoke, so they can try and burn him out back here, but it's not going to be easy. Yeah, the incendiary doesn't really do what they needed to. He's still back here and being a real nuisance. Agile goes down, but there's going to be a kill for Rafa as well, and there's Lupige, and that's the only kill they needed to get. Now, Bledart, he shouldn't have any chance of it. He was trying to pick up the kid in the back corner there, but he gets taken down. Portugal continue their reign of terror and pick up another round.
Yeah, this is cool. This is really cool. I mean, there was a real moment there, though, where I actually think Kosovo could have won that round by getting 3 or 4 tools round. They only got 2, and because they got traded out, they panicked a little bit in the spray, and it cost them. Good flying from the MAC-10 coming through via ramp, but that round, I think, off the bomb going down alone, felt done. These rounds have felt close, but the scoreline isn't. It's still 5-1, and the money is broken towards Kosovo. So should, in theory, be 6. I mean, the one thing that might change things, of course, is that we have seen them lose to these slightly lesser buys. Are they tempted? I wasn't sure if they were tempted to pop flash through the smoke to fight here. They might. Yeah, they will. Pop flash comes through. There's support. Look who's here. 2. Icarus made that 3. No, denied by Kaylee's Deagle.
That's quite the impressive 180 for Kaylee there. Would have bet a lot of money that he wasn't going to be able to do that, but well done. Molotov here. Dementa steps in front of it, takes a little bit of damage. But the next kill, I mean, even the 1 might not even be enough here. Dementa goes down, and again, Portugal in the driving seat. They picked up an AK, they picked up a Galil. Tragically, might just be better to save these. You don't have the kit. I don't see you retaking this one. Good shot there. But again, all the work is ahead of them. A lot of damage here. Agile. He's well aware that someone could be coming from the ramp, but he's got his teammate Napige ready, crouched in the corner. They give up the AK, and they very nearly give up the Galil as well. Either way, Portugal continuing 6-1 now in their favor. And Kosovo just not getting on their feet at the moment. They're actually getting beat up.
It's tough. And I can give Kosovo a bit of credit in the sense of the way they're trying to approach it. They're still staying true to their guns of let's fight. Let's try and be super aggro. And in that sort of a buy, I don't hate it. They make it a little bit close. And I always think firepower is going to be the difference maker. But 6 already for Portugal out of 7 rounds played, it is still pretty scary. It's still a really concerning point that we're in, where I think for Kosovo, if they allow Portugal to get even 2 more rounds as T side out of the many more that we have to play out, it could be...
It feels
could be
bad.
a tough one. Yeah, it actually could be over before it even actually begins, really. And this is what I was saying. Anubis is more akin to Ancient than Dust 2 is. Dust 2, you approach it completely differently to the way you approach Anubis and Ancient. And this is the issue. I mean, Mirage and Dust 2, or Inferno Dust 2, yes, those maps are played similar. But yeah, Ancient and Anubis are in their own little category where you can pug it. But if you're a puggy side who come against a team with good composition, or vice versa, depending on the day, you can just get completely killed.
Grenade up. Oh, Dementa, he wanted to run through. I appreciate it. Again, you've got to admire the confidence of the Kosovo side. You're getting beat up really badly, but you're trying to make these super aggressive plays to try and get the team back into it. Debo, he's found a kill there. I'm not even sure how. It felt like he got dropped so low at the beginning of that fight, but somehow they couldn't find another bullet on him. So rotation heavily towards the B bomb side for Kosovo. They're ready to fight if anyone shows up, but Portugal are slowing it down, taking the time. They still got over a minute left, so they don't want to rush into anything. And that time has now meant that Kosovo have said, wait a minute, maybe they're not coming B at all. We should rotate back, and that might be a tactical mistake that could cost them the round here.
50 seconds.
Look at him going out the middle. Devo, he's going to find a kill here, but yeah, they're going to walk away. It's just Kaylee at the back of the bomb site. They're going to grenade him out of that position and just go straight for the bomb plant, presumably here. I don't know. This is, given what they have, you might even say this is one of those rounds that you could argue saving it. It's now a 3-on-3, so maybe now you just go for it because you are quite far behind. It's a good flashbang to set it up for it. Icarus, he is going to be having a bad start to that round, or the fight there. That was a long spray, but it doesn't really matter at the end. Kaylee going to get swiped, and Nupij will find his kill of the round, so 7-1.
Yes, this is getting concerning. I'd like to see a pause out from Kosovo. They're trying desperately to meet Portugal in a lot of these engagements, the 50-50s, and some of the individuals are doing a decent job of it, but it's just not happening. I want to see them slow it down and take a different approach. They're trying to fight them in so many of these early instances, and it's not working out. And sometimes the best way to approach it is just to shell up a little bit and don't try and overfight. Don't try to meet Portugal. I mean, we do get a pause, and maybe a chance to converse. Sadly, it's a pause of a technical nature. But, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's feeling damning. For my books, if Portugal get even just one more round on this T-side, that could already be it.
Also kind of feels like Portugal were a little bit shell-shocked at the beginning of, like, the aggressive nature of the game, but now they're kind of like, all right, fine. If you're going to be playing like that, we'll take some of the early fights. But if you also notice, like, after every fight, Portugal just kind of sit down. They just say, all right, take a 10-second timeout, see if anyone else is coming, any more action. Then they get more and more killed, then they kind of wait a little bit, and they kind of keep going. So, like, it's very hard for Kosovo to keep up the the pressure that they've been trying to mount, and which worked on the first map. But I think now Portugal are playing like a nice combination of landing great shots, which admittedly was really lacking on the first map for them. So they're hitting those, but once they've actually got a couple of kills, they just wait and see what Kosovo do. And that's worked out. It's been hard for Kosovo to make good decisions once they're a man or two down.
Yeah, it's true. So I'm feeling concerned for Kosovo. And this might be one of those where, again, the priority is just about maybe getting a couple of kills, but keeping the AWP alive. I don't think you want to risk losing it. I think that's probably going to be the case where there's not too aggro of a play here. I mean, I'm saying that, but he's isolated, which still feels kind of crazy because they would if he dies, I don't think they can actually pick up the AWP. Maybe Kaylee could drop it over, but then it's half armor low util, and the AWP, oh my god, it will get the first. Left eye peeking like that. It's risky, but it gets 2. Surely not. Surely we're not going to talk about this sort of low buy round winning. It's now a 2v4.
Yeah, maybe it will. Stolen AK here. It's a great job. Nupij. Don't know how you make it out of this one. Boleta is still hunting for it. Again, maybe a bit crazy because you've already done so well. I don't know what happened there. Did his mouse get stuck on something? I guess just there's no explaining that. Obviously, that should have been a kill. I'm guessing Boleta's probably laughing at that one. Unless Nupij can come through and win this 1v4, in that case, nobody's going to be laughing on the Kosovo side. The bomb is not in possession of Nupij, so he's going to have to go back out there. 25 seconds. I don't know. They actually don't have as much money as you might think on the Portuguese side, which is kind of interesting given how much they've been winning. So, yeah, the bomb's right there. So he can't win the round. It doesn't really matter what happens now. He's already made the decision.
I mean, the one thing that I'm looking at is actually... Oh my god, that's so... I was going to say so messy. The one thing I was going to see is maybe whether They could have denied any AWPs being saved over for Kosovo. It's not to be. And credit to Bledard. Fair play. I mean, single-handedly, it feels like won that round to a degree. Kaylee gets a double, which gives him space coming back through. But honestly, really well played from the AWP just in that opening fight. You're alone. I think that's such a kind of a ballsy move. You're on your own. You're in the middle of sight, fighting like that. Credit to Bledard. And the fact that he gets the AWP back because it's saved over. Super important. Has heard the econ over towards Portugal. They will force, but it's one AK and a few upgraded pistols alongside a couple of Mac 10s. It's not pretty, especially when Bledard's hitting shot like that. Lovely stuff.
Keep it going. Do more. If you get 5 rounds now off of Bledard just kind of sniping them away, you never know. Maybe it could get exciting once again. It's felt like we've been kind of just waiting for Portugal to take this map, but obviously Kosovo can still make the comeback here.
Let's not count them out just yet. Oh my God, the spam seems like it was dead on in some of those, but just not enough. Devo will actually still get it. Can he get a second? The answer's no. Flying around that corner. As the smoke comes down, right idea. The AWP of Bledard playing inside of the smoke. This is a really tough spot. There's a big flank going to come through. It will cost Aragorn his life. No Pige. Only goes 1 for 1. Forced by unsuccessful Portugal, no bomb plant. Kosovo get a 3rd and probably a 4th, so already slightly recovering.
Yeah, they're doing a very decent job here. Again, hard game to recover from because they just got so little done at the start of it. But, I don't know. They're building it 1 round at a time. 7-3, round number 11. We're nearing the end of it. Portugal with very nearly nothing to work with this round, so everything points toward at least it being a 4th round, and we'll see if they can find a 5th one if we get to it. Bledard, hearing them stepping. That's going to be frustrating for Portugal. They're like, he's been playing that B-bomb side all along, and the 1 round where we try to go for the A-rush, he's here as well. How does he know?
Yeah. Ooh, nice shot. Quick little reaction towards no Pige. 7-4. All right. I'm liking this little response off the back of the slight tech pause that we had. It was all for about 10, 20 seconds or whatnot. And then I've come back off it feeling like a different side and playing like a different side too. Really solid work. And Portugal need to be careful. I think if it goes the other way, if it gets to maybe 7-5 for Kosovo, if they are able to get that, they could be in for a bit of a chance. I said 8 feels really damning, but if it's a tenth of 8's different to that super comfortable one that we had. Dementa spams to the smoke, he sits in the flame, takes a fair chunk of damage.
Yeah, I think at 7-5 you get into this strange psychology where you should be happy that you got 7 rounds, but you might feel bad because you lost 5 in a row at the end of it. So hard to manage. Agile, that's very nice. I do love the aggression from Kosovo again. Really trying to see if they can catch them off guard there, and I think more often than not that probably works, but this was not one of those times. Looks like Bledard is in trouble as well. Either way, Dementa was going to get traded, and it's a 2 versus 5, and looks like a damn near unwinnable round here. Bledard, he's been quick. He's going to get that one. Nice flick. If he could do it one more time, we might be on for something, but he'll miss the 3rd shot, and mid-air, nicely done. Rafa going to be taking down Debo. So 8-4 at the end of it here for Portugal. I think it's very impressive. They've done a great job here, but I don't think it's over yet. I think Kosovo managed to reignite a little bit of their hopes and dreams here towards the middle of the half.
Yeah, I agree. I agree as well. This, yeah, it is one of those where I really feel like it's not the most damning 8-4 in the world. It still would require a pistol, though.
Yes.
I think without a pistol, I think they're probably still in a semi-traumatic space where if Portugal find it, they die a bomb plant and find it too. It could even mean Portugal getting up to 10. And yeah, that's a tough spot.
Oh, yeah. Well, here we go. It's going to be really quick. 1 player in the middle for the T side. The rest are rushing the B bomb site. Oh, and it's worked unbelievably well. They lose nobody. You see the flashes on the last couple of players there going down. So very few grenades, but just quick, determined here. You see, yeah, these are the flashes we were talking about. Even if some of the T players also got flashed, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Good job, and Kosovo. Wow, this is getting interesting.
It is, and we're in a position now. It's 8-5, probably going to be, well, is it probably going to be 6? But because Portugal opted to force buy here, this is, for me, super risky. You lose his force buy, and Kosovo could make it a one-round game, more or less, because the next round's an eco too. This is a big call to make, a big decision. They've gambled 4 via A, and so far it doesn't seem to be the right choice. And the fact that Aragorn's dead now as well, most definitely probably isn't.
Kosovo,
I also think if they go towards a site, don't even attempt the retake. Keep 4 and go with the same buy in towards the next. The worst thing that you could do is try and retake now that you've completely lost the site and then just lose all these guns.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I just don't think it's worth it. Kosovo kind of did it a lot on the CT side themselves, where they tried to go for a lot more retakes than they needed to, and the result was they just had fewer chances to really buy. So yeah, just maybe leave that alone. And that's what they're doing. Portugal going to be sensible about it. And 4 versus 5 here. All right, Icarus goes down, so the hunt is on a little bit. Curious that it's the Galil hunting and not the Mac 10 here for Dementor. I mean, he probably is somewhere, but sending Galil out alone, I guess, could be a bit of a risk. Wow, they are absolutely cleaning up the map here. Rafa is going to be wondering, like, we're so far away, and still you show up. They don't get a single kill. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, they get slightly hunted there, which I think is the good call. But if you're going to go for those, you really have to... You have to just try it. The big thing is staying alive. The no trade is the issue. So that force buy was all for nothing. I don't ever like that force buy, no matter more or less the situation. But that's a prime example of why I hate it. Because Portugal, they forced in there and they lost it, right? They were going to lose whatever the buy was going to be more or less anyway. And now they're coming towards this round without a buy either. So Kosovo are going to make this a one-round game. And this is why I'll always come back to it and say why the teams do it. Because it puts so much more pressure now on Portugal's next full gun round. If Portugal don't find this next gun round, Kosovo are going to take a lead, and probably a fairly strong one at that as well. Oh, Icarus has got 2. Surely not another. Thankfully, Debo is there to bail them out. This is still a little bit more expensive than they would hope. Thankfully, the Mac 10 of Dementor also gets a double. But my God, that was maybe a little bit more expensive than they would hope.
Oh yeah, definitely cost them a couple of more players than I was expecting too. But think of what a lead they had, 8-4. Now it's 8-7. Kosovo just clawing their way back really quickly, off the back of Bled out with his great doping, but also Kaylee up to 15 kills there, and really the rest of Kosovo not that far behind. This is suddenly getting into to be a very, very interesting game. Hard to judge who will win it at this point. Smoke in the middle, counter Molotovs are coming out, and a lot of grenades on top for the CT side in case someone from that Kosovo team was trying to push their way through. More grenades landing, this time outside of that Jaguar tunnel, and it almost enough to take down Dementor there. He keeps going for it anyway. That's kind of crazy. He was already so tagged up, but they're going to have to be bomb tight, and they should be able to get the bomb planted, to be honest. Aragorn might be dead here. He might not realize how deep they are. Yeah, he's not even looking for it. The flashbang nearly ruined his day, but good job on Kaylee.
Wow. I can't believe, in all fairness, that through the flash still keeps the crosshair trained. This is going to be an 8th. I think there's going to... Yeah, they're calling away. I think this is the smart call. I don't think Portugal can make this round stick. They've got to call to keep hold of what they've got. And I'll come back to it. Why, when teams force buy into that CT side after losing the pistol, it puts so much pressure on your gun round, and it forced them to not even give a 4v4 retake a go. I mean, this is Kosovo, who are really rolling with it right now. They look like a clean side. They're playing good Counter-Strike, and they're not even doing anything too outlandish. They're grouping up together, playing as a bit of a pack, and it's working. As simple as that. At 8-all, Portugal, I mean, the one saving grace they have is the fact that they did save everything, so they do just go that exact same buy straight back in. But a crazy one, all in all. This is where Portugal are losing quite a bit of control here.
Yeah, the comeback has been magnificent, really. They need to find a way to cool this down, and preferably right now. This is out of control. 8-8. Portugal have 1 AK on their side, M4s and the AWP on Rafa, but yeah, this is... Somehow they just lost the grip of it here. Kosovo, they're right back in the game. A little bit of a timeout. I guess we'll see what that's about, but yeah, I'm getting a bit worried. Portugal, they were winning so hard. Like, it wasn't even a question at all. And now here we are.
I mean, even if you think about it, bar those last couple of rounds at the tail end of the half, it was a bit of a no contest. And it shows what we were saying, where there was a little bit of form, just a tiny bit of form out from Kosovo at the tail end of the half that feels like it spiraled into such positivity coming through. And now a super concerning spot. That's a chunky nade. Icarus gets it twice, but he gets a chunky nade of his own off. Up. So Misto's Rafa up close. He's going to get it. He might even get a second as well. He pulls off the angle. So Debo takes donut control.
Well, how much is that going to help? 5 versus 3 right here. Setting up a smoke. No one's nearby on the T side, but it's up to Kosovo to make a move right now. Obviously, they're hoping that it's going to be Portugal. But to be honest, Portugal have played all their CT sides like this. You don't see them rushing out aggressively. So I don't think waiting around for a long time here is going to give them any easy kills. I think at this stage, it's Portugal have just said, just wait. Oh, well, there we go. Not an easy kill, but it's Debo back with that absurd aim of his. Nice peek coming out. Bledard goes for the kill. And suddenly it's a 3 versus 3. That's not bad at all. Bomb being delivered to the bomb site as we speak. And there's nobody there that can stop it. They might actually have this round call. That'd be heartbreaking for Portugal. A 5 versus 3. If you can't win this one, that sends a really bad signal for the rest of it. Look at that takeaway. Debo sneaks up behind, shoots the Pige in the back. And the bomb tapped once. Going to go for it again inside of the smoke. Does anyone realize this? Debo? Surely they've heard it. Oh, it's so close. He was actually bled out from the range here, and he's going to find Icarus. So back-to-back, stopping the defuse and winning the 5 versus 3. Kosovo, they got to be over the moon about this one. What an absolutely absurd victory. Ooh, we might have lost. I think we might have lost Neo at the same time. At least for me, his camera looks timed out. So let's see if we can get it back online. Otherwise, you know what, guys? I'll carry this over the finishing line for all of us. It's 9-8 as we go into round number 18. And what do we have? Pige moving forward, steps right into the line of fire at that AWP, but he lives through it somehow. So 4 versus 4 instead. A little bit of a step out into it here. Stebo, don't think they know that he's there yet. Kaylee, again, the individual skill here for the Kosovo team is just absolutely disgusting. Hitting so many good shots. Now, it's going to be 4 versus 3. The bomb's been brought over, and Portugal have already called the quits on the round. They've already said, yeah, we're not going to do this. So they will have to sit it out and just save the M4, the MP9, and the AWP. That's about the best they can do at the moment, which is good if they could do it, but it's not something you're not going to be celebrating. You're not going to be super happy about it. You just kind of accept, okay, that's probably the best we have. Again, just want to remind you, if you are just joining us, this was an 8-4 first half in favor of Portugal, and it's about to be, 6 consecutive rounds here for Kosovo to bring it all the way back to a 10-8 scoreline in their favor. That is so sickening. You've done a remarkable job winning the last couple of rounds on the first half, winning the pistol, and never ever looking back here. They're on their way to do it. They made the call to save, and again, they're not even being allowed to save the small amount of rifles they had here. Rafa going to get shot in the back. Nothing is saved. Portugal just getting beat up in broad daylight. 2-round gap. Portugal at a huge disadvantage right here. I don't know how they get back into this one. Those crazy scenes. Round number 19. And let's see how this one plays out. They did go for kind of a alternative, I say, like half buy here. MP9s, do the one M4 hero M4 for Agile. I think they're just getting very, very desperate. Napij, oh, that should have been a kill. I think he deserved that. Such a long spray. Didn't work out. Bledart gets one, and they blew up in the bomb. The round's lost already. It's already done. Bomb going to get planted. Again, the only question is whether or not Portugal will be allowed to save even anything going forward here, or if they're going to get blown up almost immediately. No news on where Nair was gone either, but I'm guessing it just his internet's probably died. So hopefully that means he can get back. That is great fun. Yeah, well, we've had plenty of players disconnecting. Why not have it be one of the casters as well? 11-8 is the scoreline, ladies and gentlemen. We're running into round number 20, and there's no stopping Kosovo. They just can't lose these fights right now. Everything going their way. They're 2 rounds away from picking this up. From 8-4 to 8-11 now. Just hardly anything they've had to say. It's Kaylee, it's Debo, it's Bledard. The 3 players that are in the vanguard right now for Kosovo, just keeping it going. Decent grenades this time for Portugal. They've smoked off the doors outside of B. And they've taken a bit of control, which, again, they can't really keep forever. But, again, it gives a little bit of space. Napij, what have you got for us? He's playing a bit alone. I do like this, but for once, Kosovo are actually playing a more defensive game. Yeah. Debo playing out there on his own. And a 5 versus 5 still. A minute on the clock here. They're going to be moving forward to try and attack Icarus over at the A-bomb side. Smoke's going up in front. Probably going to be a Molotov of some kind landing behind those boxes, so don't think he'll be very safe there for long. More flashes are coming through. All right, he'll get the kill and then fall back in towards Donut to try and escape.
What do you got for us? Gonna be a tough post spawn just because of numbers alone. It's a bit of util. Is up, keeping them at bay, but no util to work with for Portugal is the one issue I have here. They're gonna have to fight retakes here. Still,
yeah, I mean,
this is so can't even get in towards a post spawn. Never mind a retake, to be perfectly honest.
They don't have any more choices, right? They've lost like 7 rounds in a row. They can't get anything done. Bomb being attempted. Okay. Slowed down for a minute. A lot of chaos now breaking out on the site. Icarus will find it. And wow, the first round, finally, they managed to pick it up. And we'll find it. Round number 9. Again, it was 8-4 at one point in their favor. So nice little round here as they try to slow the chaos down.
I think it just showcases just how strong Kosovo can be when they continue chaining rounds together and they continue putting just that kind of snowball effect into place. They're a side who are very momentum heavy, whether that's for better or for worse. We saw for worse in towards map number 2. We'll see for better now. I mean, for Portugal that time, the gamble call works for them. Chris, swing and a find. So just as we were talking positively about Kosovo, maybe if Portugal go 2 rounds in a row, potentially that could reignite the flame on the CT side. Opening kill for them. Debo trying desperately to get a bit of control. It's just information. Not being given a lot. And Aragorn going to deliver another 2.
3 versus 5 here. All right. I don't know what made the difference. I don't know what changed it, but Portugal seemed to be saying, oh, okay, we need to step it up now. I can't imagine either the embarrassment of having such a huge lead and just completely disappearing from the game. So I bet they want to have a little bit of a say. Nice. Right next to the fire and the smoke, it's Agile to pick up the kill. 5 versus 2 here. This run seems like it's a bit of a lock. Agile keeps it going. Spots out Debo as well. He can wait for his teammates, or he could just try to play a little bit more chest out. But yeah, he was waiting around. I like that. Smart play.
Decent stuff. We're up to double digits. And at least for now, we're feeling okay about how things are maybe taking a bit of a turn for the better for Portugal. Still is an area where for Kosovo, buying back in is going to be fine for this round, next round, maybe even all the way up to 24. So I don't think we can talk about Portugal breaking the economy or those sort of buzz terms that we like to say. Generally speaking, we're looking at this and saying this is actually about can Portugal win outright gun round on the CT side, something that has eluded them. Like you said, it obviously was 8-4, and this resurgence that came through from Kosovo was so strong. But momentum heavy, whether it's for better or for worse, is the phrase I'll keep here. And for Kosovo, that's 2 rounds in a row lost. And when things do get a little tougher, they do at times, maybe not desperate to put rounds on the board, but they overfight and they're a little bit overzealous in some of these situations. And that's somewhere where Portugal can really try and expose them. A bit of a slower game out for Aragorn, but if he can pick up his form towards the tail end, then maybe a chance.
One round difference all of a sudden. Oh, and it's going to be quick towards the bomb side here. Rafa, you needed the shots and you need to get out and escape somehow. Aragorn right through the smoke, taking down Kaylee as well. But some pressure now on Rafa as he knows there's a MAC-10 or an AK behind him. Where's the bomb plant? They're still slowed down. They've taken so much damage to the smoke. Now there's a swing. It's Dementa. He's going to be able to get the job done. So 3 on 3. They're very low on the Kosovo side here. If they lose this round, they don't have that much money in the bank. Enough to make it interesting, but oh, it could come down to the wire for this. Sneaking on through Dementa. He's going to get found. And surely Debo is going to get somehow through the smoke. I don't see him living through this one. Might have been able to peek behind the flashbang. Now we will taking down Icarus, and suddenly it's a 1 versus 2 here. They're going to go for the defuse. Oh, but only for a second. That didn't help out. Agile, there's the shot. He's back with the kit, and they're going to be able to win the round. So Portugal staying in this game. Now they've woken up again. Now we've got a real match.
Now that it's tied up. I mean, again, for Kosovo, it is just one of those things they're never going to have issues monetarily speaking, but if Portugal have figured out a way to find success once again, and they might have given themselves that luxury of getting back in towards this game. Good work from Nagil there. In that 1v1 just at the tail end. AWP, a double AWP setup is going to be utilized by Portugal. This could be an interesting decision that might even come back to bite them. If Kosovo try and go quick, double AWPing is where particularly those snipers could actually be caught potentially a little bit off guard. Agil can hold for the shadows. Trying to fight up a little bit, Portugal. And OP's going to play just inside a cave. A tough angle to play in a tough position, which usually gets peppered with util. But it's Rafa for the first. Icarus then gets traded, and Rafa will fall off the back of it too. The P's trying to make a move, and he might just find a gap.
Okay, there's one. Still a 2 on 3. Bomb being brought back now. They could secure the B bombs. Like they can push up and try and get a little bit of deep control here. They don't have any smokes on the T side, and for that matter, not on the CT side either. But they are getting closer. Flash to set it up. Hyper-E. That actually helps him get the kill. I think he would have been shot at the back if not for the flashbang, so not bad. And Agile realized it's not worth it here. So Kosovo going to be winning this round and make it a 12-11 scoreline. They don't have the money on the CT side either. Oh, they might have made a sick comeback here, Portugal, right at the end, and they could end up in a very tough position to try and play this final round that's coming up with.
Yeah, it's true. All down to keeping that all alive. I mean, so Rafa has enough to maybe even drop one over, and actually, no, probably not. He can buy and then drop off like a FAMAS. Aragorn can buy. Napij can't. It's going to require something that Icarus can sort of buy, but it's not going to be a pretty one. And Agil, even him, he can drop something over. But I don't think it's going to be enough for the M4 just because they're on, what, 1.4 at this point? So, yeah, it is actually a little awkward in that sense. Kosovo, they put up match point now, and actually, in all fairness, it could be enough. Aragorn can buy, Rafa can, and he can drop one over. Maybe a little bit lesser utility. Agil can just about squeeze out a drop as well. It might be even potentially like a FAMAS if they want a bit more util. A tough conversation for Portugal to have, and maybe even a time for an attack pause, but no, they are just going to go straight into it. Double MP9, double M4, and the AWP in the hands of Rafa to keep Portugal alive and push it towards overtime. Now or never, though, boys. You've let things severely slip away in this second half. Can you recover it, at least to push it towards OT?
Pige down and out. Kaylee gets one more there. Oh, and they know this play in the corner. Grenade on top. They should be able to find him. Yeah, Agile, I don't know what he could have done there. He was locked in and probably just going to die no matter what. Aragon and Rafa. Oh, and he's making noise as well. Dementor, this should be almost a free kill. He's listening. Now going to go look for him. Oh, but he gets trapped instead. That's a reverse Uno if I've ever seen one. Rafa gets one. Suddenly he's back on. They're fighting for overtime here. 2 versus 2 now. I can't believe Dementor didn't get the kill on the other side. That looked like it was a lock-in for a kill, and that would have been everything. That would have been a 3v1 with the bomb planted to B.
Do they leave... Oh, I'm going to say, do they leave an AWP towards Shelf to hold Red Room? Expecting a peek, but they don't. Aragon is in the open. Oh, but he gets his head ripped off his shoulders. Rafa now retaking with an AWP is not easy. I mean, now that there's no shots being taken, they got to know he's not here yet. Smoke comes down, and Rafa will hit it. Hang on, 1v2 turn 1v1. Kaylee's low. Pop shot with the AWP. A pistol could be enough. Kaylee back sight. Swing and a find. Kosovo. What a way to respond in that series. They looked out of it. They looked completely like it was done. 8-4. Most of that first half was nothing really even to discuss. The rounds they took were sort of here, there, and everywhere. They weren't really of the most important, and that is a crazy way to flip the script in that and put the pressure back on. Kosovo, you can never count them out. When they're in form or when they're really snowballing, they are so hard to stop, and Portugal have just found out how.
Yeah, with I don't know, like maybe it's the region, because they do I share kind of a similar vibe to the Bad News Eagles crowd, like something about that. Just never really surrendering, always fighting, and it's working out for them. They looked so defeated at one point there, right? There. Just to remind everyone again, 8-4 at the end of the first half in favor of Portugal. It looked like it was probably done with. They just had no say in it whatsoever, but they came back, and here we are. Well done, Kosovo. They're going to be able to pick up the game.
Yeah, and for Kosovo, that's huge. You know, we were saying the important thing is both of these sides have made it. I think that's all that matters in this sense, but it is really big to see that for Kosovo, you know, they now find themselves in the upper bracket final. We're waiting to see the face-off against as one of Czech Republic or Germany. I think currently it seems to be a map up to the Czech Republic. I'll just check and see how that one's currently going. Yeah, oh, and actually on towards map 3 as well. It's currently 10-5. To Germany, so that's pretty cool. So Germany potentially could be finding themselves joining Kosovo in the upper bracket final. It's all for seeding, which is the small positive, I guess you could say, if you are kind of Portugal. It's not the end of the world to lose here. You know, you still qualified for the World Esports Championships. That's what matters most. However, you would like to get preferential seeding, get a better group. You saw how effective that was for Sweden towards last year. So those sort of small things, but really good work from Kosovo.
Yeah, I must say, they look like again another fun team. I would cherish right now at the current stage like a Kosovo versus Turkey matchup. Like I just think it'll be very interesting. Like I imagine it's going to be like no respect, no one holding back kind of matchup. So, but yeah, fun Counter-Strike being played. Portugal certainly showing a lot too, like a lot of individual talent there. So yeah, I think it was well worth it. We got all 3 maps at the end, so I'm pretty happy with this.
Yeah, exactly. I'm looking through some of the stats now as well. Off the back of maps 1 and 2, Debo was the top fragger, I guess you could say, the main man in the server, sort of as expected. And then at the end, he got 21 kills. Kelly got 23, but it's still Debo who will walk away with the MVP. And I don't think, for me, it's too much of a surprise. Super solid player, consistently good, and now got the numbers to back it. Really good series out from him. Had 28 kills heading in towards map number 3, and then walked away from map number 3 with 21 themselves. So it's a pretty solid showing, and with over 100 ADR, really good series out from this guy who just constantly puts up really good maps. So yeah, impressive stuff from Kosovo, because I honestly thought they were dead basically by the time he got to halfway, right? I thought they were a side who didn't have a hell of a lot to offer. They were struggling to put anything up on Ancient, but they rekindled the flame and they spiraled positively. So good work. But from us, Hunters, that's us done with this one. We got one more day of action tomorrow, 2 more best of 3s to round out the European quals here and see who, well, we know who's going to the World Esports Championship, but who's finishing first, second, where that seeding is. Of course, there's 7 teams from the West, 5 from the East, and we are going to conclude all of those spots and their seedings as of tomorrow. So thank you once again for joining us. Same time, same place tomorrow. And until then, take care.